try to keep us even keel as possible, like attack every opponent as if it is the biggest game. And, for a lot of my buddies that grew up in Kansas, it was a huge game for them.
And the whistle doesn't blow. They make it official. Ost is brought to the ground by Kyron Johnson. Normally you see a whistle before the quarterback goes down in a heap. But it's a play on, and it's now 3rd down and 20.
Well, maybe Briley Moore, when he was saying, hey, I was still going forward, maybe he swayed the officials there to make sure that they swallow their whistles just for a little bit.
That's the first sack of the afternoon for the Kansas Jayhawks. Jayhawks going up a game in which they gave up a whole bunch of points against West Virginia, but they were happy with the effort that they played with. They had a bunch of tackles for losses and tackles broken up last week in Morgantown. They haven't had the same verve, the same energy this afternoon against their rivals.
Number 70, 5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
How is it possible to Joe Platts in 2 places at the same time?
I know, doesn't that look like a little Joe Platt? That's the same thing. The way that the week or the last 10 days that Joe Buck has had between the World Series and all of his football duties, it would not surprise me if Joe Platt was the referee for this game and then calling a game later on today.
Joe's a Renaissance man. He could be in Columbus, Ohio, and Manhattan, California at the same time. Ron Green in front of him on 3rd down and 25. Spikes out to the 40. And the flag is down on the field.
Holding, offense, number 70. That penalty's declined. Result of the play brings out 4th down.
It's Katori Leviston, the left tackle. He actually had a false start on the play before and knocked him back to 3rd and 25. And then on the quarterback scramble, he gets a holding call. So not a real good series there for number 70-11 still.
And lets it fall at the 10-yard line, and that's where the ball will be spotted. And 8:49 remaining in the game. Going back to the Little Apple, Manhattan, Kansas, in just a moment.
Virginia beat them last year, and I tell you what, they are really, really strong at home. Oklahoma State, we talked about the Oklahoma State-Iowa State game. Oklahoma State has got a lot of playmakers. They get that much-needed bye week, and then it's Iowa State and Farmageddon taking place in Ames, Iowa.
We're going to get a chance to see Iowa State next week and see what they're all about. Iowa State is first things first. They've got a game coming up against Oklahoma State in just a matter of moments.
And Spencer Sanders for Oklahoma State sounds like he is going to play. The quarterback has been out. So you get a healthy starting quarterback, QB1. You get a healthy Chuba Hubbard. It's going to be a great game.
Kansas is still playing with all of their number ones right now. You still see Jalen Daniels. You got Milton Gardner. The offensive line, for the most part, has remained the same. They're just trying to get something going. Trying to get any form of rhythm. They're going to have to take on Iowa State next week, and they need to figure out some things right now. 3rd and 9. Rocket shot is caught. Nice play. Good throw. And Naylor with the reception. Naylor had a whole bunch of nothing coming into today's game. That's his second catch here in the second half.
Well, and that was a good, strong throw to the outside that had to have some velocity on it. Obviously, the accuracy had to be there. When you saw that at the end of the first half, the ball was really kind of flying out of his hands, playing with a lot of zip. That's the first ball really in the second half that I thought he had that same sort of velocity that he had at the end of the first half.
Tried to get the dead leg, and he didn't work nearly as well as what Deuce Vaughn does. It'll bring up second down.
Well, there's no way that you can compare him to Deuce Vaughn. Deuce Vaughn is shaped to be pretty special. His footwork, his explosion. Jalen Daniels athletic, not quite that athletic.
Another first down for Kansas. Clock will stop temporarily as they move the chain. That's Stephen McBride. Second catch for the true freshman on the season. He is a native of Louisiana. You're starting to notice when you take a look at the roster for Kansas, because of the influence, obviously, of Les Miles and a lot of guys who came with him from LSU out to Lawrence. They don't want to recruit the state of Louisiana.
Yeah, they really do. And just in general, they've opted to go with a lot of true high school freshmen. You know, not really gone into the JUCO ranks as much to kind of build their roster. They really want to build it with youth, develop those guys. And so there's just a lot of youth on their offensive line, some guys at the receiver corps, and especially on defense, on the defensive front. We're seeing a lot of guys with inexperienced young guys that are getting necessary reps to grow.
I always think that's interesting when you have Kansas or Kansas State deciding to not go the JUCO route. As you know, the Jayhawk League, JUCO, football in Kansas is a huge deal. It's maybe the best junior college football in the country.
Yeah, you know, I don't know where it's at right now. I know that when I was at Kansas State, it was regarded as the best junior college conference in the country. I know it's still probably up there, but Bill Snyder, that was his deal. That was his MO for building the team was, yes, I'm going to develop guys when they get here, but I want to go out and find some playmakers that can come in right now from the JUCO ranks and help us out. And, he was the one that sort of set the benchmark for how to build these teams.
Black shoes, basic blues, no names, all game. Big Ten football, Penn State football is back. Welcome to 2020. The Nittany Lions head to the Heartland to take on the Indiana Hoosiers today. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions. Play-by-play, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below with that thumbs up button. Share as well, hashtag college football. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. The 8th ranked Penn State Nittany Lions will kick off their shortened 8-game 2020 regular season this afternoon, 3:30 on FS1 Memorial Stadium in Bloomington, Indiana, taking on Tom Allen and the Indiana Hoosiers. The last two meetings between Penn State and Indiana have in fact come down to an onside kick with the total margin of victory of less than 7 points. However, Penn State has come out victorious in both meetings. The Nittany Lions have only lost to Indiana one time all time in their 24 meetings. Once today's game kicks off momentarily on Fox Sports 1. FS1 will have live reactions play-by-play. Penn State, Indiana, Notre Dame, and Pitt on ABC, along with Iowa and Purdue in the Big Ten on the Big Ten Network. Last night we saw Wisconsin defeat Illinois. Rutgers on the road about to defeat the Michigan State Spartans in what some people would call an upset. Ohio State going to defeat the Nebraska Cornhuskers as well before the Buckeyes come to Happy Valley next Saturday night in the whiteout against Penn State. However, if I'm Penn State, I take it one game at a time. I don't look too far ahead to Halloween next Saturday night, 7:30 ABC. Ohio State, Penn State also have live reactions, play-by-play of that game all season long with Penn State football live right here on YouTube. So be sure to hit that red subscribe button if you haven't done so already, and hopefully we'll tune back in throughout the season. As mentioned, an 8-game shortened season, conference only. This will in fact be the third schedule teams have had in the Big Ten for 2020. However, with coronavirus, of course, it's been a very long time since Penn State and the rest of the Big Ten played last December, early January. Penn State defeated Memphis in last year's Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic down in the Big D, Dallas, Texas. Now, a new offensive coordinator in Kirk Soraka, as Ricky Ronnie took the Old Dominion job. They're not playing this year. They're one of a few teams that, even after all the cancellations and postponements to a potential spring season that we knew wasn't going to work out regardless of what would end up happening anyway, Old Dominion, along with a few other teams, not playing this year. But now, for the most part, with the Big Ten and Mountain West returning this weekend, Pac-12, along with a few other conferences, returning in a few weeks. We've seen some ACC, SEC, and Big 12 football so far this season, as we're almost a full 2 months into the 2020 college football season. Season 151, as we came off that college football 150th anniversary season last year. And as mentioned, Penn State defeated Memphis in the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic, put up 50-plus points in that game. Now, without Journey Brown due to an injury, Micah Parsons opt out. We'll get into the roster and depth chart coming up shortly, but once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play-by-play. Penn State, Indiana, we'll get Notre Dame, Pitt on, along with Iowa and Purdue as well. Rondell Moore going to be out for the Boilermakers after he opted out, but then opted back in. As we've seen a few opt-outs and then staying opt-out to the NFL, along with a few players opting back into their teams, their programs for this season. Penn State hit with the transfer bug once again. The wide receivers, like I said, we'll get into the roster and depth chart shortly. But in my opinion, the wide receivers, they got about 15 of them. We'll only see about probably 8 or 9 throughout the season. But they're a good 3-4 deep at the wideout position. They're a good 2-3 deep at most of the other positions as well, including the defensive line and secondary. Linebackers with no Parsons. Keep an eye out on that position today for Indiana to potentially trying to run the ball down the Nittany Lions defense throat with Stevie Scott III. The past 2 meetings for Scott with Indiana against Penn State, he's had 43 carries for 192 yards and 2 total touchdowns. Not that big of a threat in the screen game, catching the ball out of the backfield, but if able, he will be able to run the football this afternoon. So Penn State can have a tough test to kick off the season, especially for a young but experienced with depth roster for the Nittany Lions here in 2020. But we look at that defense. You got Shaka Toney and Jason Owa at your DNs, Mustapher and Shelton as your D tackles. Like I said, they're about 3-4 deep at the defensive tackle position. You got Hakeem the Dream Beeman, along with the number 53 Fred Hansard, also coming back to State College. Devon Ellis, along with Brad Monica Culpepper's second son and Judge Culpepper. All rise for number 77, Judge Culpepper. His brother Rex showing out today on the road for Syracuse against Clemson. However, Clemson just extended their lead in the fourth quarter, so it looks like the Tigers will defeat the Orange this afternoon. Brad Monica Culpepper, though, as most people know, they were on the CBS game show of Survivor. You look at the linebackers, Jesse Luketa from the Great White North. They got a few Canadians as well on this roster, along with a few different players from Virginia, Texas, and Florida, respectively. But Luketa going to take over for Micah Parsons. You also have Ellis Brooks and Brandon Smith, along with Lance Dixon, a true freshman at number 23, Curtis Jacobs. Charlie Katzer, number 45. Keep an eye out for him to potentially make a name for himself this season in a up-and-coming middle linebacker. That any of these linebackers, you put them right outside, left outside, put them in the middle, they're going to play, and hopefully they'll be able to shut down whoever they are playing. Now back to this schedule. 8-game regular season schedule, third schedule for the Big Ten. At times, we didn't even know if we were going to have a season. We were off then, mid-August, a week after they announced the second schedule, and then about a month ago, mid-September, the Big Ten announced to return an 8-game only, conference-only schedule, that kicked off last night. Illinois on the road against Wisconsin. We'll get into the rest of the Big Ten and college football coming throughout the stream, so keep an eye out, stay tuned. But Penn State going to open up on the road at Indiana before they host Ohio State next weekend, next Saturday night on Halloween. And as mentioned, if I'm the Nittany Lions, one game at a time, 1-0 mentality, as Franklin has established since entering Happy Valley back in early 2014, now already in his 7th season. Very hard to believe. Former Nittany Lion head coach and Bill O'Brien, who was in Happy Valley in 2012 and 2013 and took the Houston Texans job, was actually fired last month by the Houston Texans, if you did not know, as he'll be looking for a new job. But then the Nittany Lions go to Nebraska on November the 14th before hosting Iowa and then going to Ann Arbor to take on the Michigan Wolverines. Michigan on the road tonight in the Twin Cities, taking on the Golden Gophers for the Little Brown Jug. They'll then play at Rutgers before hosting Michigan State mid-December, 2 weeks before Christmas. Who would have ever thought Penn State football would be playing, and then so on, down the line to the two worst teams in the conference, which honestly, the way Rutgers is playing right now, it's going to be a toss-up probably between them and Maryland once again for the worst team in the East. And then it could be a coin flip with a few different teams in the West, depending on how the season shakes out. But a very tough, in my opinion, tougher 8-game schedule than what they previously had for the first schedule, and then even the 10-game conference-only schedule as well, as they added in another crossover game with Illinois. They dropped that then once they canceled and went to 8 games. So originally we were supposed to be playing Nevada, Penn State was, September the 5th, but then about a year ago, the Wolfpack pulled out. Penn State replaced them with Kent State. So it's supposed to be Kent State at Virginia Tech and then San Jose State. However, non-conference games midsummer at some point. Honestly, don't even remember when. This year's been a whirlwind for sure. Hopefully everyone, as mentioned, is staying safe. But all non-conference games were then scratched. We have had some non-conference games in some different conferences, but not as many as what we normally would have. But it is 2020, so once again, here we are. It is what it is. We move on. We're finally going to play football, which is exciting. Excited to see what Penn State's going to do. Probably more so on defense, to be honest with you, than offense. I mean, we know what Kirk Ciarrocca, the new OC, is capable of. This Penn State offense is going to be a little bit of a mix of what we've seen probably since the 2016 campaign when Joe Moorhead came in. He was here for 2 years before he took the Mississippi State job. He's now the offensive coordinator at Oregon. They're not even underway yet. Pac-12 going to kick off in a few weeks. And then Ricky Ronnie, who has been a Franklin assistant dating back to Vanderbilt, along with Brent Pry, who's still your Penn State defense coordinator this year, in his 7th season at the helm, as well as Franklin is in his 7th season as well as the Nittany Lion head coach. The offense is going to be a mix of what Penn State's had the past 4 or 5 seasons or so. Ricky Ronnie took the ODU job, as mentioned. But then what Minnesota's done the past few years as well with Tanner Morgan. Morgan and Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog, very similar quarterbacks. Minnesota's had depth at running back for God knows how long now. Seems like they always have a good running back, along with Wisconsin. And when you're playing Big Ten football in the Midwest, now into December, you're going to have to be able to block up front and run the football the whole entire game, and then open up the play action and hopefully be able to air it out downfield. So, like I said, with the offense, it's going to be a mix of what Penn State and Minnesota have both done. How we saw mid-November last year, the Lions went to Minneapolis. Golden Gophers took down a top 10 Penn State team before Penn State then lost to Ohio State a few weeks later. That Indiana game last year was in between those 2 losses. And as mentioned, the past 2 meetings, and it seems like Indiana always plays Penn State good when they're at home. They always give Penn State a run for their money on the road here in Happy Valley, but Indiana's only been able to beat Penn State once all time, and that was back in 2013, and it was sort of a blowout, honestly. That first Saturday in October that year, if I can recall correctly. But the past 2 meetings between the Hoosiers and the Nittany Lions have, in fact, come down to a onside kick on the final play. So keep an eye out for time possession. Journey Brown not going to be playing. He's potentially done for the season at running back for Penn State. From what I heard, it was a heart condition, so best of luck to him. But Penn State still has depth at running back. They got 2 true freshmen from the Sunshine State of Florida, number 26, Keziah Holmes, and Kevon Lee, who's going to don the number 24 that was both actually most recently worn by Saquon Barkley and Miles Sanders, respectively. And both of them in the NFC East, arguably the worst division in the NFL right now, but and Saquon done for the year with an ACL injury. Best of luck to him, too. And Miles Sanders getting banged up. But the Eagles were victorious on Thursday Night Football, just the other night. A 1-point win, 22-21 over the New York Football Giants. But nonetheless, Penn State, the blue and white, they got depth at running back. They got a lot of depth at wide receiver. So it's going to be Sean Clifford, the big red dog. Honestly, don't even want to call him that this year because Penn State facing off against 4 teams with red in their color schemes, as Indiana, of course, say Ohio State next week, scarlet and gray, if you will, and then they'll go to Nebraska before also going to Piscataway to take on the Scarlet Knights from Rutgers. So we're going to be calling Sean Clifford the big blue dog this year rather than the big red dog, just for the hell of it. Maybe we could go into Bears' big blue house here in 2020 as well, as we've seen a lot of former, due to the fact of filming, a lot of former shows return here this year. Hopefully everyone's staying safe, as mentioned. First ever actual live stream for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, for Penn State football, right here on YouTube. Before it was on another service, and then, of course, those would be downloaded and then uploaded. But if I can recall correctly, yes, history being made today. First ever live stream where we'll be actually live. We're actual live streaming an upcoming Penn State game that's about to kick off on FS1 on the road against Indiana. But you got Noah Kane and Devin Ford, built Ford tough. It's not like Penn State doesn't have any backup running backs after Journey Brown, as that's seemed to be the motto from what I've heard. This past week, everybody worried, well, Journey Brown out, we can't run football now. Well, just wait and see, because it all starts up front. they got a good 2.5, 3 deep offensive line. And from left to right, we're going to have number 53, Rasheed Walker at left tackle, 73, Mike Miranda at left guard. Our center, 62, Michael Mennett, CJ Thorpe at right guard, and then Will French Fries, 71, at right tackle. So you got to be able to block up front, run the football. Kansas State victorious over Kansas. Penn State, Indiana about to kick off. Rutgers going to beat Michigan State. Oklahoma going to beat TCU. Ohio State victorious over Nebraska as well. As mentioned, Penn State, Indiana, Notre Dame, Pitt, Iowa, Purdue, Alabama, Tennessee coming up all at 3:30. But with Penn State on the offense, more intrigued to see how the defense is going to play, honestly, because even with some comments over the past few weeks where nowadays you got to have a stellar offense to be able to score and win, which is true to an extent, but you still got to have a good defense to be able to stop whoever you're playing. But it all starts up front. You got to be able to block, you got to be able to run the football. They can't run the football, they're screwed, because Clifford, he's not going to be able to do it all himself. But he's going to have weapons downfield to throw to. Number 87.
Now Kirk Shiraka's offense. Kirk Shiraka came from Minnesota. Tanner Morgan, he worked wonders with him. Outside of
Bruce Feldman of Fox Sports and The Athletic previewing Penn State, Indiana, talking about Kirk Shiraka and the Penn State offense. But as mentioned, sorry for any technical difficulties, folks. Working off the kinks here with some buffering, disconnect, and reconnect. Be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube for more live reaction play streams of college football, the NFL, and professional wrestling. Hit that red subscribe button if you haven't done so already. But Clifford has weapons to throw to. I was just talking about the tight ends, and then it went out. Pat Fryermuth, Brenton Strange, along with Zach Kuntz, and then Theo Johnson, who's a true freshman from Canada. But then at wide receiver, Penn State is returning Jahan Dotson, Cam Sullivan-Brown, along with Daniel George. Yes, they lost Justin Shorter to Florida. Florida with a COVID spike. They haven't played recently since losing to Texas A&M. However, with the wide receivers, I was saying there a moment ago, in my opinion, dating back to 2005, that 2005 wide receiving class with Derek Williams, Deion Butler, Jordan Ord, and then Justin King, number 7, who eventually transitioned over to the secondary to play cornerback before having a decent NFL career. Jordan Ord, of the 4, though, to a point, had the longest punt return in Super Bowl history, back Super Bowl 50 with the Denver Broncos against Carolina Panthers. But in my opinion, this wide receiving group has that 2005 class with those 4 receivers that I just named off. And number 18, Parker Washington, going to be starting this afternoon. He's also going to be returning kicks with Jahan Dotson. Keandre Lambert-Smith from Kip Sabian 757 country. And then TJ Jones, along with Jaden Doughton. Keep an eye out for those names at wide receiver for the Penn State offense. There's honestly no other names to watch with players that could potentially play at some point down the road. Eligibility out the window. It's a free year for everybody. Same thing with bowl games. Everybody's going to be bowl eligible. Now for the Big Ten with the shortened 8-game season. Yes, in fact, here come the Penn State Nittany Lions on the road in Bloomington, Indiana, taking on the Indiana Hoosiers. James Franklin wearing his mask. Big Ten did say coaches and players don't have to wear masks on the sideline, but I look for coaches and players to actually, is that Mark Helfrich? Why the hell is Mark Helfrich calling this game for Fox Sports? Former Oregon head coach taking over Chip Kelly, and then was fired before Oregon's done pretty well for themselves. We almost had a potential Rose Bowl rematch with Penn State and the Ducks. This
different job than Penn State. This is a foundation. Want to recruit high school kids, develop them, and then utilize this guy right here.
Big Ten, to be eligible for the Big Ten championship game, teams must play at least 6 games. Sorry for any technical difficulties once again. Penn State today on the road, 6-point favorites against the Hoosiers. However, as mentioned, once again, the past two meetings have come down to an onside kick. So we'll have kickoff coming up shortly on FS1, 3:30 Eastern time here on the good old East Coast right here in Happy Valley. Thank you for tuning in. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. The thumbs up button. Share. Hashtag college football. Hashtag we are. Hashtag Penn.
Did Spin Rod just die? Yeah. Can you do it again?
Sure.
Just went over the offense as mentioned. Talked a little about the defense as well with the D-line and then the linebackers. But you look at the secondary. You look at the corners and more so the safeties of the knot. Number 16, Jair Brown, transferring in from Lackawanna. Look for him to get some playing time, along with, honestly, everybody, because eligibility's out the window, but more so on defense with some true freshmen. New redshirt rule, 4 games, and you can still redshirt. Can't play any more than that, but this year, not the case. You can play as many games as the coaches wish, of course. On offense, there's 2 offensive linemen, Jimmy Christ and Nick Dawkins, Chocolate Thunder's kid, number 66. He's also cousins with Karl Anthony Towns. They could potentially play at some point, but with the depth at line, I wouldn't expect to see him play, if at all, honestly. But with the corners and safeties, Lamont Wade back. He's going to return some punts and kicks as well, along with the Marquise Wilson at corner. Jonathan Sutherland going to don the first ever number 0 for the Penn State Nittany Lions this year. Penn State will in fact be wearing a Penn State United patch on their uniforms this year, as well as they did last year at College Football 150. And hell, honestly, that's a big deal for Penn State because there was never a Big Ten logo on the field over at Beaver Stadium. When they put that on, people were in an uproar about that, and then hell, even adding stickers to the back of their helmets, for God's sakes. People get upset about that sometimes with the tradition, of course. But we're about to kick off with Penn State and Indiana. Looks like the Nittany Lions are back deep to receive. That's number 28, Built Devin Ford Tough, once again from Stafford, Virginia. He'll be backing up the new starting running back in Noah Kane, taking over for Journey Brown due to an injury that broke this past Monday night around midnight. So Indiana on to kick off, left to right, across your television screen, radio, and auto dial. Thank you for tuning in and watching. We're underway here in 2020 with the Penn State Nittany Lions on the return, and Devin Ford going to get out to around the 36-yard line. So the blue and white will have a first down and 10 from there to begin. Sean Clifford, number 14 from St. X in Cincinnati, potentially in his final year as the Nittany Lion starting quarterback. Will Levis, Will Levis, as I like to call him, wearing his Wranglers. Going to be backing him up once again. Taquan Robertson, number 9, still at 3rd string. Michael Johnson Jr. transferred out. However, they got a true freshman from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada, number 2, Michael Bowens. Out of the gun, 1st and 10, Penn State. Clifford going to hand off. And Noah Kane going to pick up about 2 yards. Rasheed Walker, 53, was down there for a second, holding my breath. Hopefully he wasn't injured. He gets up. He's all good to go. So no Journey Brown, Noah Kane, starting tailback. It'll be 2nd and 8 from the 38 with 14:28 to play here in the opening quarter. Tie ball game. We just kicked off. You're just now tuning in. The 8th-ranked Nittany Lions on the road, tied up at 0 with Indiana. Once again, out of the gun, 2 receivers near side. Clifford going to fake the give, looking to throw, rolling out far side. And has a man. That's number 5, Jahan Dawson, first down, Penn State.
One of the long returning receivers with great experience. Only man, wide receiver with more than 10 catches from last year.
Great reaction here by Clifford. They were trying to hit the deep shot. Indiana covered it downfield. His reaction, flush
Good play by Clifford.
and throw a strike.
And then far side on the comeback
Penn State liked their offensive line. They started 6 of them on that first play.
finds Jahan Dotson
It was just a one-time
for a first down. 1st and 10 from the 41 in Indiana territory on the right side of the 50. We got 4 wide, back to Clifford's right. He's going to hand off. Your typical RPO offense now for Penn State. Run pass option. The run's there, you hand it off. If it's not, you keep it. You look to throw. If the pass isn't there, you go to an option. You either tuck it and run or throw it away or try to find somebody open downfield. Just get the hell open, make plays, move the sticks, and once again, moving the sticks. Penn State with another first down. Noah Kane for about 4. Another first down for the first drive here in 2020 for the Nittany Lions.
So it is certainly a loss, Mark, losing Journey Brown potentially for the whole season, as we discussed.
I honestly want to be shocked Journey Brown comes back at some point. They're saying, it's a potential season-ending injury, but depending on how everything shakes out, I mean, they still got depth, but Journey Brown might also be done donning the blue and white. It'll be 2nd and 4 after a 6-yard scamper up the middle for Clifford. From the 24. Out of the gun. He's going to hand off. A little miscommunication with him and Devin Ford, but he almost breaks a tackle. He picks up a first down. So enough for another first down for the Nittany Lion offense. Moving the sticks. I believe that's 3, maybe 4 first downs already on this drive. Not even a full 3 minutes into this ball game. So Penn State with some tempo. A fast-paced offense. Trips now near side. Penn State right to left across your television screen, ready on our dial. Keep those chat questions and comments coming. I'll get to them in a second. Out of the gun. Clifford going to hand off, and Indiana was ready for that one. Noah Kane. Devin Ford, 28, going to be stuffed at the line of scrimmage. No gain. It'll be 2nd down and 10. We'll get in to Indiana and their playmakers on offense once they get the ball here in the first. But with how last night's game turned out with Illinois and Wisconsin, and then also with Nebraska and Ohio State, Iowa, Purdue underway from West Lafayette. Clifford on the screen near side. It's complete. And Ford going to pick up about 8, maybe 9, depending on the spot. It'll be 3rd and short. 11:05 here to play in the first. But with how those games started out, it was slow as hell until almost halftime. And then both home teams, with Wisconsin and Ohio State respectively, started to pull away. But good O-line for the Nittany Lions this year. Depth at running back, depth at every position, as mentioned. We've got a motion man. That's Brenton Stranger Things. He's going to get a good block, and Devin Ford, ball comes out late, but he was down. He's down. They say he's down. Ford has enough for another first down, so it'll be 1st and goal now inside the 10 for the Nittany Lions. Run the hot hand. Hopefully it doesn't cough it up like you almost did. We got a whistle now. They might be taking a look at it. Yeah, I don't know. He might have been. There's Franklin wearing his gator. See a replay here. Previous plays under further review. He was down on the field. They called him down. The ball came out late, so they have to find undisputed video evidence to overturn it. The question is, was he down or not? Franklin talking with the official. Because if he wasn't down, that ball came out and Indiana recovered, it's going to be Hoosier football. And this drive is going to stall, and that's close. Well, Penn State actually recovered. Ford recovered there. So Penn State's going to retain possession anyway. Why the hell are you reviewing it? That ball's... That's close. Well, he recovered it, yeah, but also if his forearm's down, he's going to be down. They called him down on the field, so it's probably going to stand. Because he recovered anyway. That's what I just said. Why the hell are they reviewing this? After review, play's going to stand. First down, first and goal, Penn State. Knocking on the door here. Trying to cap off their opening drive of the season on the road, Indian. Clifford out of the gun. We're going to be seeing a lot of that. Maybe a little bit of a false start, but they give it to him. Clifford going to tuck it and run. He picks up about 2 yards. It'll be second and goal from about the 3.5, 4-yard line. Under 10 here to play in the opening quarter. Penn State's had the ball the whole entire game. If you're just now tuning in. Receiving the kickoff, so Indiana going to get the ball to begin the second half. It seems like Indiana's also wearing a patch on their uniforms, going back to that Penn State United patch and the sticker on their helmet for 2020. Strange in motion. Clifford going to hand off once again, and another 2, maybe 2.5, 3 yards, but not enough for a touchdown as of yet. It'll be third and goal from, we'll say, the 2-yard line. See where they spot the ball. Third and goal for the Nittany Lions. Punch it in. Don't settle for a goddamn field goal with Pinniger. From the 2, third and goal. Go to Fryermuth if you haven't gone to him all drive. Strange once again in motion. Another handoff up the gut, and Indiana's going to stuff them, and here comes Jake Pinniger, and Penn State's going to have to settle for an opening drive field goal. And there we go. Pat Fryermuth, touchdown, Penn State. What'd I say? Jesus Christ, it's not that hard. You had the defense on their heels the whole drive. You threw it, a couple of times early, but then they kept running and running and running. And then on 4th and goal from the 2, they faked the give, same formation. And they should have done that on 3rd down. But, well, if, they stop us on 3rd down, we'll run it on 4th and goal. And that's what they did, and they go to Fryermuth. Once again, sorry for any technical difficulties by any means, but Penn State with a touchdown now on their opening drive here in 2020. Pinniger extra point rather than a field goal, up and good. Nittany Lions lead 7-0 on the road against Indiana. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Keep those chat questions and comments coming. I'll get to them in a second, I promise. But we're still going over previewing the season and honestly what is still yet to come. I mean, because now with Indiana going on offense, we're going to get to see the Penn State defense now for the first time this year. And it's going to circle back around to what I was just talking about with the Penn State defense. But first, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Talk about the Indiana offense. Michael Penix Jr., number 9, dual threat quarterback, did not play against the Nittany Lions last year. That was Peyton Ramsey. He then transferred out. He's at Northwestern. Wildcats face the Terps of Maryland later on tonight. However, Penix Jr. was 9 of 19 for 94 yards passing. Also had 2 carries for 24 yards 2 years ago against the Nittany Lions, where in Bloomington he went down with an ACL injury. And then, of course, as mentioned, did not play against Penn State last year, mid-November, in between those 2 losses with Minnesota and Ohio State. Penn State not playing Minnesota this year, not playing Wisconsin either. They'll play Nebraska and Iowa, as mentioned. Not going to play Illinois, Northwestern, or Purdue either. They only have 2 crossover games. It's a 8-game conference-only schedule, if you don't know. However, at running back, as mentioned, Stevie Scott III. If Indiana can run the football, get this, as mentioned, young, experienced Penn State in long day. It might turn into an old-fashioned, we're going to run the ball 30 times, and, hopefully you can stop us. But Penix has a few weapons. Walt Fillier from Tampa, Florida, nicknamed Walt because he loves Burger King. So hopefully the line defense and special team unit can stop him. But we'll have to see how Indiana does on offense, trying to answer Penn State's 7 that they just put up on the board. But I was saying there with the corners and safeties, you got Lamont Wade and Jaquan Brisker, and then Tariq Castro-Fields, and surprisingly, Joey Porter Jr., the son of the Steeler great and Dolphin Cardinal great, number 2 from State College, to be the one starting cornerback alongside Tariq Castro-Fields. However, depth at corner. They got Tariq Castro-Fields, Joey Porter Jr. along with Marquise Wilson, as mentioned, and then Keaton Ellis and Daquan Hardy from Penn Hills. And then at safety, Lamont Wade, Jaquan Brisker, Jair Brown. Excited to see if he's going to be playing at all today or at any point during the season. Jonathan Sutherland at number 0. And then a few other Texans and Floridians, if you will, along with Jordan Stout as your special teams kickers. Stout, your punter. However, he's the kickoff. Indiana going to get the ball first down and 10. Coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores from this game with Penn State and Indiana, along with the rest of college football. We got Notre Dame and Pitt on from Heinz Field in the Steel City, along with Iowa and Purdue from Ross-Ade in West Lafayette, actually just down the road. And at some point, both Indiana and Purdue are going to be battling it out for the old Oak and Bucket. Tonight, Little Brown Jug, Michigan, and Minnesota. So as mentioned, with Notre Dame and Pitt, we got UFC 254 on right now as well. Baylor, Texas, Virginia Tech, Wake Forest, Alabama, Tennessee. A lot of good games here during this 3:30 window. And then also in the Big Ten later on tonight, as mentioned, Michigan, Minnesota, along with Maryland and Northwestern. The Fighting Irish at 4-0, ranked number 3 in the country. Penn State at 8. It'd be nice if the Pitt Panthers can go back and play like they did the first 3 weeks of the season. They've lost 3 straight. Notre Dame at 4-0, playing in the ACC this year. The ACC will have the top 2 teams face each other for the conference championship mid to late December. But Pitt now at 3-3. It'd be nice if Penn State could get some help here early on before hosting Ohio State next week. Iowa State over Oklahoma State, potentially along with Pitt over Notre Dame, but the Fighting Irish on the road leads 7-0 early on. Pitt with the football. Kenny Pickett out of action once again. Pitt went down to South Beach last weekend and lost to Miami after the U absolutely got destroyed by Clemson the week prior. And we're tied at 0 with Iowa and Purdue as well. Iowa all year long, they've had some in-house issues, if you will, but Kirk Ferentz still the Hawkeye head football coach. Rondale Moore, as mentioned, out for Purdue today. Jeff Brom, their head coach, also tested positive for COVID, so he's not coaching. If a coach in the Big Ten tests positive, that coach, whether he's a head coach or an assistant, has to sit out for 10 days. And then a player, it's 21 days. So that's 3 weeks. And when you're playing 8 games in 8 weeks, that's 3 games. That's 3 weeks. That's going to be tough, depending on who it is. But only time's going to tell on how things play out, of course. Coastal Carolina with a win at home over Georgia Southern. They're ranked for the first time in program history, part of the Sun Belt now in the FBS. I remember when Penn State beat them back in 2008. Absolutely blew out the Chanticleers. 1st and 10 for the Hoosiers. Pennick's going to hand off Stevie Scott, and no game there on first down. So 2nd and 10 for Indiana. As mentioned, face mask required, but Big Ten said no, not really, but we are seeing coaches and players wear masks on the sideline. Hopefully you are as well, and staying safe here in 2020 due to COVID-19 and everything else that's happened this year. Another empty set now for Indiana. 2nd and 9 officially from the 26. Pennick's a lefty, airing it out over the middle, and it's incomplete. Good coverage there by number 16. There's Jair Brown, who just transferred in, as mentioned, from Lackawanna. So he is playing early on here. And it was a simple post of the 40 And he got a hand in and broke it up before Indiana almost converted a first down. So 3rd down and 9 now for the Hoosiers from the 26. We got Deuce's stack, top and bottom. Out of the gun. And pressure. That's Joey Porter Jr. on the sack. Seen a lot of that in the Keystone State the past 20 years. Good to see it now in the blue and white. Untouched, unblocked off the edge near his side. And we'll see eventually if he gets bigger by any means, transitions into a linebacker for Penn State. So now FS1 will hit a commercial break. Penn State going to get the ball back for the second time. Nittany Lions put up 7 on their first drive. Nittany Lion defense stood tall, held Indiana to 3 and out on their first drive. So we'll see what Penn State can do on offense when we return. You know, like I said last time, they were able to run the football extremely well, I thought. Noah Kane was the starter, and then Devin Ford, hot hand, kept running him, couldn't get in, and then they go to Freiermuth on 4th and goal. Wide open in the middle of the end zone. I don't know how that happens by any means, but it did, and I mean, we're going to get split carries with the backs, we know that, and we're going to get Clifford airing it out to a handful of playmakers he has to throw to downfield. So as long as, you know, like I said, they have a line, which honestly, this is arguably the best offensive line they've had in a while. So we'll have to see how it plays out, of course. But they can block up front and run the ball. Clifford, you know, has time to throw or escape sacks. Dump it off on screens or to a tight end down the middle. Go deep every once in a while. They'll be fine on offense. But like I was saying, more intrigued with how the defense is going to play. And we saw a 3 and out there by Indiana with a big sack by Joey Porter Jr. So get used to seeing him and saying his name for the Nittany Lions. Dad, a former Steeler, of course, Joey Porter, and somewhat unexperienced. They're still experienced. It's not like they're back in 2014, 2015, the youngest team in the nation again. They got a lot of depth, and it honestly should be an exciting 2020 campaign. If you can't tell, of course, yeah, I'm excited because we had a little extra off season with the 3 schedules being announced, the season being canceled, trying to postpone it to the spring. We knew that wasn't going to happen by any means, but Penn State so far covering 6-point favorites. They lead by 7 here, almost at the end of the first quarter. I believe the over-under, if I'm mistaken, was around 60-62 for everyone intrigued about that. Okay, 1st and 10 from the 35, not the 45, my bad. Out of the gun, Clifford, over the middle. It's going to be dropped at the first down marker. That was to number 3. And, okay, Parker Washington switching up numbers. Freshman wideout from the Houston, Texas area. Listed on the depth chart as number 18, wearing number 3 today. Number 3 also is Donovan Johnson on defense, but number 3 on offense as of late was DeAndre Tompkins the past few years or so. Played in the XFL, if I'm not mistaken, and the Steelers signed him before they cut him. Bouncing around as players do, of course. Freiermuth pass complete to him. It'll be a gain of about 7. 3rd down and short. Penn State hurry up once again. And why isn't Noah Kane in the game? As they hand off to Devin Ford again. And it'll be a 3 and out for Penn State as well. And here comes Jordan Stout, the former Hokie from Blacksburg, on the punt. I don't know if Kane's hurt or what, but he played, 2-3 plays on the first drive, and then they pulled him, and it's been Devin Ford ever since. Because they just panned him on the sideline. He didn't have his helmet, so normally when you see that, it's he probably got the wind knocked out of him or got his bell rung. They're just because and that's going to be kick catch interference. Penn State recovers, flags come flying in. That's a good call. There's Jonathan Sutherland, number 0, first ever number 0 for the Lions. Yeah, that's kick catch interference. That's a good call. Indiana going to get the ball back, down 7-0 against Penn State as we head into the commercial break. Once again, sorry for any technical difficulties. I'll finally now get into these chat questions and comments, answer some of these to the best of my ability, and then we'll get back into Penn State and Indiana from Memorial Stadium in Bloomington. Thank you to everyone watching. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. All you have to do is hit that red subscribe button, thumbs up button as well. Steelers, Titans, WWE Hell in a Cell live reactions tomorrow night. Monday Night Football will be the LA Rams hosting the Chicago Bears. We are Penn State, not for anyone asking about that. But yes, live reactions of college football, NFL, and professional wrestling. I am in fact doing Penn State, Indiana live reactions, play-by-play. Yes, I do understand there is a little bit of a lag with the buffer and disconnect, but stay with me. It's all good. We always get through it one way or another. Technical difficulties, as I like to say, it's how it is sometimes. Sometimes it's fine and dandy and it's a breeze from start to finish, and then some other times it's as it's doing today for some unknown reason, cutting out every once in a while. But Penn State game is in fact on. Got a few people in fact tuning in right here in the U.S. along with up north in Canada. Penn State has a few Canadians, as mentioned, with Theo Johnson and Jesse Lucada. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports Cool Hand Luke 96. Yes, like, follow, and subscribe on all social media channels. Links in the description below, so be sure to check those out. I've been told that before. That last comment, of course, coming in there. Stay tuned. Next week, WWE Halloween Havoc with NXT, and then AEW Dynamite. Be sure to tune in for that live reaction stream. Maybe you'll get your wish. I don't know. We'll see. 2nd and 9. Back to Penn State, Indiana. Ball 34. Penix out of the gun looking to throw. As mentioned, he's a lefty. You don't really see a whole lot of left-handed quarterbacks anymore in the sport of football, but here we are, and pass complete over the middle. It'll be 3rd down and about 3 for the Hoosiers. So yes, 3rd and 3, 4:20, everyone's favorite number to play here in the first quarter. 3 wide, tight end motions back into the line of scrimmage. Penix going deep, has a man, overthrew him at the 30-yard line, incomplete. Lamont Wade on the coverage, and it'll be 4th down for Indiana, and they'll bring out their punt unit once again. Pass was intended for number 1, Whop Phillier from the plant in Tampa. And as mentioned, nicknamed Whop because he loves Burger King Whoppers, and it stuck. He's arguably their best playmaker. And honestly, too, this is Indiana's best team in quite a while. Last year, they won 8 games, went to the Gator Bowl. Should have beat Tennessee, in my opinion, but came up just shy. Vols hosting Tide on CBS. Fair catch signal 4, and the ball is going to be muffed, and Indiana's Well, we'll see who recovers it. It looks like Indiana has it. Just let the goddamn ball bounce, will ya? Indiana's going to recover it. A muff punt by Penn State. So, an early turnover. Indiana now going to set up shop with some good field possession. And I tell you what, special teams now playing a... Well, that's a block into the... That should be kick-catch interference, too. And then the guy who recovered it stepped out of bounds. First down, Indiana. So that's the call on the field. But Indiana blocked the Penn Stater into Dotson on the return. That should be kick-catch interference too, honestly. Plays under further review. So they might overturn this. The other one stood as called with down by contact before a fumble. But then we had a kick-catch interference on the last punt, which was a good call. This, yeah, his foot's out of bounds, and then he recovers it. That's illegal touching. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see how they call this, because it was a muff punt and then a fumble recovery by Indiana on the field. So they have to find undisputable video evidence to overturn it, of course. Yeah, he's not reestablished. His foot's still out of bounds, for God's sakes, and he's touching the football. He's recovering it. No, that's illegal touching. It bounces off his arm. Right foot goes out of bounds. You can see the pebbles flying because they play on artificial turf. And then he recovers. Yeah, there is a lot to look at right now. Mike Pereira, Fox's rules analyst, coming in, giving his take on this. Yeah. This should be Penn State football. This should be Penn State football. The Lions are going to luck out here, hopefully. They'll probably say stands as called because they're not going to have enough to overturn it. That's exactly how it's probably going to play out. But we'll see what they call. This is odd. I don't think I've ever seen something to this nature before with just everything going on. Because when you step out of bounds, you got to reestablish yourself before you touch football. Unless you were pushed out, of course, which he wasn't. That's tough. That is tough. Yeah, you're probably going to have to let it stand exactly because there's not enough to overturn it. Because it's haywire. It's all over the place. They are taking a while to look at it. So normally when they take a long time, they're trying to, of course, figure everything out, make sure they got it right. But when it's short and sweet, it's going to stand. When it's a long review, it's either or. It just depends. Got an update of Penn State, Indiana on the Big Ten Network during Iowa-Purdue with the Pat Fryermuth touchdown. As the Lions lead 7-0. Notre Dame pick, commercial break. Irish are leading 2 scores. We'll check in, as mentioned, with the rest of college football. Coming up at halftime with first half stats of this game and then all the other games taking place this October weekend. It was a good play. I mean, it was a bad muff punt, of course, but yeah, good hustle by Indiana. Way to get on the football. You know, you play to the whistle, whether he's out of bounds or not, and then you look at it, and now they are. So it's probably going to stand, honestly, to be honest with you, just because they're not going to have enough there to return it. But I thought there should have been a flag with another kick-catch interference with Indiana blocking a Penn State player into Jahan Dotson on the punt return, which you can't do that either, but they didn't throw the flag, so there's nothing you can do about that. Still under further review. Yeah, really. Exactly.
They are swinging through a lot, but it just seems like it has to stand.
That's kick catch interference. Yeah. And then the rest. I mean, hell, they were screwing over Nebraska, I thought, earlier. I don't know if you guys watched that game. They had a few targetings. And now a few Cornhusker secondary players are going to be out for the first half next week against Wisconsin. And the way Graham Mertz played last night, for the Badgers, almost perfect. And 4 touchdowns, if I do believe I'm not mistaken. So, illegal touching. They're going to replay 4th down. So, what was it? 4th and... Tom Allen pissed. Tom Allen is so mad right now. And rightfully so. I can understand it. He's trying to be... One, he's trying to get an explanation, but 2, they're trying to hold him back so they don't get a penalty. Because then it'll be automatic first down because it's 4th down for Penn State right now. He's mad. He is so upset. And like I said, rightfully so. I'd be mad too. I would. Because it went your way, and it's still going your way, but it's not, of course, the way it should have probably went. Even though there was kick-catch interference, as we saw earlier. They didn't call it, and then illegal touching, which they throw the flag on that, but now it's 4th down for Penn State still. But what was it before? 4th and... Okay, it's 4th and 8 now, so it's 4th and 13. I was going to say, if it was 4th and 2, midfield, you probably think about going for it. Or, no, sorry, Indiana's punting. What the hell am I thinking? Penn State's getting the ball back. Duh. Another fair catch signal for. Okay, he catches it this time. No kick catch interference. So Indiana upset. Okay, that's right. Yeah, Indiana football. I don't think Penn State had football, and they were punting. Because they did, and I forgot it was a punt, and even though I knew it was a punt, and yeah, it's still early, so who the hell knows what's going to happen over the next few hours. But yeah, they said 46. It was 47. I mean, we get that all the time with messed up numbers. But Penn State going to get the ball back now. Okay, 1st and 10 from the 22. And honestly, if it would have been 4th and shorter for Indiana, still what I just said, potentially go for it. Think about it at least. But, okay, we reset. Hit that reset button. 1st and 10, Penn State. Noah Kane still not in the ball game. Don't know why. I think he might be banged up, to be honest with you, because Devin Ford's been getting the bulk of the carries now since the first drive. They just went 3 and out. They punted. We had all of that just took place, and now Penn State a 2nd and 7 following a 3-yard run by Devin Ford. Ball 25. 3 receivers out wide. Parker Washington, as mentioned, not number 18 anymore, number 3. Pass complete, Freiermuth near side. He's going to pick up a first down at 36. Bounces his way to the 38. First down, Penn State. So, yeah, confusing myself there on the last sequence, but we hit that reset button. We move ahead and the game goes on. And they're targeting Freiermuth here early. Dawson has 1 catch. They intended 1 for Parker Washington. No Cam Sullivan-Brown, Daniel George, or TJ Jones or Dalton by any means, but Devin Ford once again on the carry. He's going to get about 2.5, 3 yards. It'll be 2nd down for the Utes.
Dynamic spot in this defense for Coach Womack, and then Jamar Johnson goes to the back end, and they want him to be the proof of the funnel for this defense.
out of the gun, 4 wide, 2nd and 7 officially from the 40. 2 minutes to play in the first. Clifford, play clock winds down, gets it off, and it's going to be deflected and still caught by Fryermuth for about 4 yards. It'll be 3rd and 3. Good pressure by Indiana, and then DN goes hand up. Deflected the ball, but Fryermuth still right there and was able to come down with it, and that just shows you the type of playmaker that he is at tight end. Call him Baby Gronk because he wears 87. Gronk back in the NFL with the Bucs now. They just signed Antonio Brown last night. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers now have Tom Brady, Ronald Jones, Leonard Fournette, along with Shady McCoy. As Clifford on 3rd and 3 rolling out, going to get rid of it. It's going to be caught. First down, Penn State. Devin Ford on the screen. Found a hole and got open, and Clifford found him for a Penn State first down. Now they're going to go hurry up, first down and 10. But now you have Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Antonio Brown. And then, of course, O.J. Howard injured, done for the year, tore his Achilles back early this season. Gronk and Cameron Brate. And they're sitting at 4 and 2. 6 weeks in. They play the Raiders tomorrow on the road. Trips near side. Clifford going to dump it off again a little too high, and it's going to be picked off. Who the hell were you throwing to? Or how the hell can you make that bad of a throw and just lob it up there for the defender who is a few yards in front of Devin Ford, of course, your intended target, on the screen far side. And after all of that, Penn State still gives the ball back to Indiana. So the Hoosiers have a 1st and 10. Yeah. If anything on that screen, you throw it into the ground, not throw it 10 feet into the air. Jeez. Tell you what. Turnovers and penalties are going to kill them if they keep it up. 1st and 10. Pennick's going to hand off. Indiana has new offense coordinator this year as well. Nick Sheridan, former Wolverine quarterback back in 2008 under Rich Rodriguez, taking over the play calling duties after last year's offense coordinator took the Fresno State head coaching job up in Northern Cali. Wish Kalen DeBoer the best of luck out in the Mountain West as they also kick off their season this weekend. We're going to get some Pac-12 and Mountain West after dark finally. A good one later on tonight, though. Michigan, Minnesota, of course, 7:30 on ABC, but then Cincinnati and SMU at 9 on ESPN2. End of the first quarter. Indiana, I believe, just picked up a first down there on a screen near Penn State 7. Indiana, nothing. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching my live.
Of other guys, you find that your normal isn't so normal anymore. It could be an addressable medical condition called Peyronie's disease, or PD.
Penn State then also went 3 and out on their second drive, and then we had the punt, where, well, we had a muff punt on Indiana, or on Penn State, which is a right call. So, well, actually, yeah. Because those 3rd and 4ths were right back to back. Yeah, that seems to be right. Their last drive was their 4th drive of the game. Because they punted, they had the muff punt. Indiana punted again, and then with a no call and another kick catch interference, a fumble, illegal touching, a 10-minute review, and then the list goes on and on before they called the penalty on the review, which was a surprise. And then they replay 4th down. Indiana punts. Penn State gets the ball back, and then Clifford throws an interception. It's going to hand off. And Stevie Scott gets to the 16-yard line. It'll be 2nd and about 5 for the Indiana Hoosiers. Hoosier Daddy, that's right, we are.
They did a good job directing the front that time. Everybody's on the right guy. Stevie Scott picks up the win.
2nd and 6 officially for Indiana. Trips near side. Pennick's going to hand off again to Stevie Scott. He's going to get about 5 yards. It'll be 3rd and 1. Indiana as of late, too. They've had some good running backs. But honestly, behind Stevie Scott, they really don't have anybody this year. It's Scott or bust, and he's going to be running the ball a lot here today. Out of the pistol. 3rd and a yard. Another handoff. And that's going to be a 1st down. 1st down IU.
Great job on the backdoor cut to create that 1st down. Not a ton of room.
Well, since 2018, most rushing yards from scrimmage in total. Missed the final 2 games last year, including the Gator Bowl with it.
Trips in a bunch near side. 1st and 10. Bubble screen going to be caught. And then Lamont Wade, along with Tariq Castro Fields on the stop for the line defense. Gain of about 2 yards, complete the Walt Filliard. They say a pickup of yards, so 2nd and 9 for Indiana on offense. 13 minutes on the dot to play here in the 1st half. Penn State leading.
Too quick, which is a great problem for a quarterback. DB falls down. Lamont Wade falls down. Lamont Wade needs to go buy a lottery ticket because he could have given up 2 touchdown passes against Michael Penix Jr.
A little high on the pass. It falls incomplete. If he would have been able to hit him, they'd have 1st and goal at the 2 right now. But Lamont Wade and Jair Brown on the coverage. You got Trips now top your screen. 3rd down and 9 for Indiana. The Hoosiers, not the Crimson Hawks of Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Pass incomplete far side. And it'll be incomplete. 4th down and 9. Indiana, you would think they're going to kick a field goal here to cut the lead to 4. It's wide open over the middle. Throw him the damn ball. Penn State not bringing as much pressure as up to this point I thought they would, but it's still early. It's a 60-minute game, of course. You know, there's still a lot of time to play. 34 yards for Indiana on this field goal attempt. Kick's going to be up and good. The Hoosiers cut it to 4. It's 7-3. Penn State on top of the Indiana Hoosiers with 12:24 to play in the 1st half.
The clock is ticking, and there's no time to waste. If you signed up to vote by mail, return your ballot now. First, complete your ballot. Put it in the small envelope and seal it. Then put it in.
Penn State with that turnover. Indiana capitalizes with 3 points. 3 too many. Touchdown and an INT for Clifford here in the 1st half. Indiana on offense, in the meantime, on the flip side, as I was saying with Stevie Scott, running the ball decent at best. Michael Penix overthrowing some of his targets, not being able to hit. But, like I was saying with Indiana, future's bright for them. I think Tom Allen's done a damn good job. We'll see how the offense shakes out. Of course, they're going to have a tough schedule. They play in the Big Ten East. They play in the Big Ten as a whole. But Penn State, along with Indiana, both these teams are going to have to play Michigan and Ohio State, along with Michigan State. But the Spartans went down against Rutgers today at home. So now a good start for Mel Tucker. But with Nick Sheridan, he was an average Michigan quarterback. Like I said, in 2008, he was the starter for Rich Rod. He was after Chad Henne, but before Denard Robinson. I remember he was the Michigan quarterback that Penn State sacked in the south end zone in that 2008 game, mid-October that year. Penn State's first win over the Wolverines in 9 years. And then, of course, they've gone back and forth in the meantime since. But Penn State, Ohio State next week. Penn State will also play at Nebraska and at Michigan. So honestly, 3 tough road games. I mean, a lot of people today, from what I've heard, leading into this game all week, and then more so today, take Indiana to pull off the upset. I don't think it's going to happen by any means. I think Penn State eventually is going to, second half at least, hopefully here, as usual in a game like this. But Indiana's better than they've been. You know, find a way to pull away late and pick up the win. But like I was saying, with the past 2 meetings with these 2 schools, has some Penn State fans actually tailgating in their backyard watching the game. So, of course, no fans allowed. However, some friends and family of players are allowed to attend games this season for the Big Ten. But, of course, we'll get back to normal hopefully sometime soon. I mean, it does feel normal now that Penn State football is back, and, you know, the Steelers are on tomorrow, and, you know, it's going to be, at least for the next 8 consecutive weeks for Penn State, to the Big Ten Champions Week, and then, hell, even into mid-January, early February, for myself at least, every weekend, college or NFL football. Pass over the middle was complete to Jahan Dotson, the former UCLA commit that decommitted once Chip Kelly got the job. Didn't turn out too good for the Bruins as of late, but Dotson's turned into that number 1 for the Penn State offense. And Daniel George, number 11 now this year, picks up his first catch of the season, but goes for negative yardage, loss of a yard or so on that. But yeah, once Dotson decommitted from UCLA, he stayed put here in the great state. That might have been a false start. But they give it to him once again. Ball out. He's down. He's down. Clifford handed off to... Is that Keziah Holmes in the ball game? No, that's still 28. Devin Ford. So Devin Ford, along with... Yeah, he's down. Elbows down there. Forearm, elbow. Yeah, he's down. It'll be 3rd and 10. But now 2 fumbles that they're going to look at both of them by Noah Cain and Devin Ford here in the first half. And then Clifford has an interception. So Penn State, if they want to win this game first off, before hosting Ohio State next week, they better figure out how to hold on to the damn ball and not turn it over. Because if not, turnovers and penalties, like I've said, they kill you. It's ridiculous. It's pathetic sometimes. There's no need for it. I get it happens, but when you cough it off or carry it around like a loaf of bread and then cough it up, which I get these 2, he's down by contact and the ball comes out, ground can't cause a fumble by any means, but then the interception, like that didn't need to happen. Clifford's better than that. And then Indiana capitalized. And if they continue to capitalize, if they turn the ball over, you know, you're up shit. Indiana going to jump off sides. They're going to say Penn State caused the false start. It's 3rd and 7. Penn State had trips near side, left to right. Here, 10 minutes to play in the second quarter. And they're going to say false start now, so that's going to back Penn State up to 3rd and 12. But like I was saying, not knowing how either of these teams, along with everybody else in the Big Ten for that matter too, not knowing how they're going to play because we didn't have any spring ball. Blue-white game was canceled mid-April. You know, not a whole lot. Yeah, Walker, left tackle, false start on him, and then Indiana jumped, so that's a good call. 3rd and 12, same formation, trips near side with number 3, Parker Washington in the slot. Clifford near side. A little too high for number 11, Daniel George, and Indiana is going to force Penn State to punt once again, and the Hoosiers are going to get the ball back. As both teams still have all 3 timeouts here in the first half. 10:26 to play before halftime. 7-3 Penn State. Penn State punt. Going to be filled at the 15-yard line by Indiana. Good return out past the 30 to the 35 before being brought down to the 38-yard line. 23 on the return. It'll be first down, Indiana. Down 4. Following commercial, it'll be first down, Indiana. Down 7-3 against Penn State. Trips near side, first and 10 from the 38. Penix deep down the far sideline. It's going to be caught. Wilson on the coverage. But a first down pickup for IU. Good throw by Penix. He's not that bad of a quarterback, honestly. He just battled injury. At least they're not getting beat with 300 yards passing from Peyton Ramsey as of yet, but he's no longer with the program. He's with Northwestern. First and 10 from the 41. Penix looking to throw from midfield. Another back shoulder incomplete. Same play. Wilson on the coverage and falls incomplete. Second down and 10 for Indiana.
I was going to say for Michael Penix Jr., he's working with his third different offensive coordinator in 3 seasons. Nick Sheridan, the former Michigan quarterback. Granted, he was on the staff. He was the Hoosier quarterback coach, tight end coach, takes over for Caleb DeBoer, who is now the head coach of Fresno State.
2 new play callers in this game, like you said, for the more continuity on the IU side.
And the coach,
First down run for Indiana inside the 30 to the 26. That's going to go for about almost 18 yards. First down, Hoosiers. See some flashback images on ABC with Notre Dame and Pitt at the old Pitt Stadium in Oakland, because Sean McDonough and Todd Blackledge are on the call. Blackledge, a former Penn State quarterback, of course, number 14. Now we've got a Penn State injury. Shakatoni, number 18, with a lower body injury, it looks like, as Franklin walks over. To replace him, it'll be, honestly, they could go Adisa Isaac, Smith Vilbert as well if you made the trip, a redshirt freshman from New York City. Of course, with how college football is, you have about 100 players per team, plus all coaches and personnel. But for road trips, you only take about 60. And because they're, deep at basically every position, I doubt he traveled. So it'll probably be Adisa Isaac or Shane Simmons coming in for Shakatoni to go alongside Jason Owa at D end. But yeah, they're just showing some old highlights with Penn State and Pitt, with Blackledge and Marino back in the early to mid 80s. But of course, the Nittany Lions defeating the Panthers, and then Penn State winning a national championship. Oklahoma State up 14-7 over Iowa State. They're the 6th ranked team in the country. Notre Dame, 3rd ranked. They're up 14-3 with under 10 to play in the first half. We just had a fumble by Iowa on the road against Purdue. Yeah, no fans in attendance. We'll get back to 110,000 strong eventually, but friends and family of some players, of course, yeah, allowed to attend. But it's just how the year has gone. Like I said, a lot changed from last December, last time Penn State played, until now, as it was mid-March when coronavirus hit the United States. And we're shut down on lockdown for how long, and sports weren't around for how long. We then sort of got back to normal before the end of summer, but not really, and life goes on one way or another. Here we are, Penn State leading by 4, 7-3. I think everybody already knows what's going on this year, so I'll leave it at that. First down, Hoosiers. First down, completion. So they'll move the 6, first down, Indiana.
Nice job by Coach Sherry to get him in rhythm. A nice little easy throw to his left hand, to his left side, and you call for a header shot to get involved. Great first down completion.
See, now the state of Pennsylvania is actually allowing fans in attendance for sporting events. But with Penn State being a part of the Big Ten, having already saying yes to no fans, well, they're trying to limit that as most as possible, the best they can. That's why we're getting only friends and family. We'll have cardboard cutouts next week at Beaver Stadium, with Ohio State coming to town. First down run by Stevie Scott. It's a first down, Indiana.
Every coach kind of perked up when we brought his name up. Just his juice, what he brings to the table. 220 pounds. Smart player, versatile player.
Ball 14, first and 10, Indiana. 8:28 to play here in first half. They're trying to take their first lead here in today's ball game. Haven't really talked about any of the linebackers with Lucada, Ellis Brooks, or Brandon Smith. Stevie Scott lowers his shoulder at the goal line. He's going to get in. Touchdown, Hoosiers. Right up the middle. Okay, Penn State brought pressure on the wrong side. And Stevie Scott runs over Jair Brown and then gets in the end zone for a touchdown. So Indiana takes their first lead, 9-7, on top of the visiting blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions. 8:12 to play here in the first half, pending the extra point. Field goal unit on for the extra point. Kick's going to be up and good. Indiana now leads Penn State 10-7 with 8 minutes and change to play in the first half.
from for another chance to win $1 million of Jerry's money.
We are heading towards the 2020 Pregame election, which sure your vote counts. I think I'm already registered.
You check. Can do.
Joe Biden was raised with middle-class values. Joe doesn't need to be the center of attention or see himself on TV. He has always focused on getting the job done. Joe led us out of the 2008 recession and increased health coverage for millions. As president, Joe will focus on getting us out of our crises. He'll listen to experts, work across the aisle, and put the American people first. FFP is responsible for content of this ad.
5G just got real. iPhone 12 and iPhone 12 Pro are here on Verizon 5G.
This new iPhone plus Verizon 5G?
Game changer.
With the coverage of 5G nationwide and in more cities, the performance of 5G Ultra Wi-Fi, the fastest 5G in the world. Whoa.
I downloaded a whole movie in under 30 seconds. How is that possible?
Now, get iPhone 12 on us when you switch.
I want this.
This is the 5G phone everyone wants. On the 5G America's been waiting for. Only on Verizon.
Unlike you coming up on a State Farm halftime, Justin Fields opened up the Big Ten schedule with a bang. Number one.
Sure tack things out of your ground. Sure.
Made up nearly half the yards on that drive for the Hoosiers, who are now in front. 10-7 over number 8 Penn State with 8:12 to play in the first half.
Penn State on the return, muffed it at the goal line. Jesus Christ. And Lamont Wade's going to be stopped at the 5-yard line, so Penn State going to start at their 5-yard line. Can it get any worse? Like, seriously. Like, I don't understand why the hell we've had, that's what now, 3 muff punts or 3 muff kicks as a whole,
This is one of those situations right here, a special teams play. It could be
and then 2 fumbles that, of course, he was down, but they ended up recovering anyway. Not where you want to start at, with the end zone right behind you. 1st and 10 from the 5-yard line. Clifford looking to throw. He's going to pump fake, going to step up, was going to go deep, eludes a sack, and now he's just going to have to take a sack. Throw it away. Better than a 2nd and 11. You'd have a 2nd and 10. That yard's a big difference. Clock's going to stop. I'll tell you what. But honestly, probably better he didn't throw it away, because knowing the refs, they probably would have thrown intentional grounding. 2nd and 10 from the 5. Clifford once again looking to throw. And Pat Fryermuth going to drop it at the 10-yard line, incomplete, 3rd down and 10. You don't get it in position compared to Penn State's right now. Kirk Shirako working from up in the booth. Didn't know if he'd be on the field or up in the booth. He's up in the booth. Play calling could be a little bit better, but it's the turnovers. It's the stupid mistakes that are killing them right now. I don't care if it's only midway through the 2nd quarter. They're still down by 3. Clifford looking to throw, and it's intercepted once again at the 22-yard line. Speak of the devil, another stupid mistake, another turnover. That's 2 interceptions in the first half now.
Johnson had the 63-yard pick six versus Tennessee in the Gator Bowl. Speaking of being a playmaker, Indiana capitalizing on the second turnover, second interception from Sean.
I'll tell you something right now. Penn State, the way they played here in the first half, not playing like the 8th best team in the country. Handoff to Scott. He's going to get 2 yards of the 2, and Penn State's a play or 2 away now from being down 6 to 10 points. And Indiana's going to get the ball to begin the second half. One touchdown, Indiana. And they capitalize once again off of a turnover. I believe all 17 points. 7 pending the extra point. 2 boneheaded throws, 10 feet into the air, picked off. Indiana scores. We've had muff punts and fumbles. And now they can't run the ball. And Clifford has to do it all, and he's throwing picks. What do you expect? They can't do anything at all now. It's like they turned back time and they're playing like extra point up and good. It's 17-7. Indiana on top of the 8th-ranked Penn State Nittany Lions. Pass was intended for Frymuth. Safety was standing right there, and he picked them off again. 17 unanswered.
This is what he's made for, right? What he's made of. St. X in Cincinnati, a tough program. This guy was the only two-time captain in St. X in history. That's just talks about his toughness. Yeah, they'll correct it. The technique, just plant your foot, forward moving, do your deal. 2 mistakes he's made, very uncharacteristic.
Turnovers for the Hoosiers. They scored 17 unanswered to take the lead.
Indiana once again on to kick off. Seems like they just did that. Well, they did, and luckily we're going to have a touchback in the end zone and no return, no muff kick, and no starting at the 5-yard line or no turning the ball over as of yet. Knock on wood, Penn State first down and 10 from the 25-yard line. Breaking news as mentioned, Habib with the win at UFC 254, so congrats to him as mentioned. Iowa leading Purdue, Notre Dame leading Pitt. Check in on Alabama, Tennessee, along with all the other games coming up at halftime. Stay tuned. Trips near side. Clifford gonna tuck it and run. Quarterback draw for 9 yards. It'll be short. It'll be 2nd and 1. They started off good. Now they've dug themselves a hole. Can they get out of it? Still a lot of football played, of course, but the way they played on their last couple drives, it seems like after that debacle with the punt that was muffed and kick-catch interference and the fumble and illegal touching, Penn State hasn't had anything go their way. Tried a few more punts, a few more turnovers. Hell, they should have probably 4 turnovers right now, but 2 of the fumbles, they were down by contact and they ended up recovering anyway, so. The 2 interceptions, I don't get why he's not throwing the ball well. He's not this bad of a quarterback, but he has in his past made, as everyone does, made stupid decisions. And he's just airing it out. I don't know if it's windy by any means or not, but he's airing it out a little too high, and it's just sailing on him, and it's being picked off. Devin Ford, once again, He's going to get a yard. It'll be 3rd and 1 after Clifford on the previous play picked up 8 on another quarterback keeper. Why no Noah Kane? He must be hurt. He has to be hurt. There's no other reason why he's not playing right now. So Clifford now coming to the sideline. 3rd and 2. And Will Levis comes into the ballgame. Will Levis in the ballgame at quarterback. What the hell are they going to do here? 3rd and 2 from the 48. And we got a whistle. Timeout, Penn State probably. Play clock winding down. Delay a game on Penn State. And why is Will Levis in the ball game right now? Okay, so he comes out. They come back in. Clifford does. Franklin bitching out Levis. They just gave up 5 yards. Delay a game is 3rd down and 7 now. That's why you're backup quarterback. Trips top of your screen. Ball back at the 47. And Clifford gonna air it out, complete near side at the 40, and that's Keandre Lambert-Smith from the 7-5-7 first down. Penn State, his first ever reception. His uncle is Cam Chancellor, played in the NFL with the Seahawks. Good bloodline there with football. Parker Washington's cousin is Josh Dobbs. Hell, Dawkins at tackle, he's Chocolate Thunder's kid. Good old Double D Daryl Dawkins. Like, come on. Like, can it get any better? And then he's also cousins with Carl Anthony Towns, as mentioned earlier. 2nd and 6 for Penn State. Clifford once again looking to throw. It's caught. Pat Fryermuth. First down, mini lines at the 27. So, Dotson, Fryermuth, Daniel George. No Cam Sullivan-Brown. Parker Washington's gone to him, doesn't have a catch yet. And then Lambert-Smith with a catch on this drive, his first ever in his young career. Trips near side. Another handoff. And about a yard or so, if that, for Devin Ford. Yeah, Noah Kane has to be hurt. There's no other reason why he's not playing right now. He's on the first drive for a few plays, and that was that. Unless they're saving him for the second half and making Indiana forget about him, which I highly doubt, but you never know. Once again, trips near side, left to right, 2nd and 9 from the 27. Clifford going to tuck it and run, and flag comes in from the secondary. We're probably going to have a hold. Clifford gets a yard on the keeper. So 3rd and 8, pending the penalty. It's probably going to be a hold on Keandre Lambert-Smith. Holding on Indiana. So 10 yards, automatic first down. Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, that's a good call. He tackled him, for God's sake. It's 20-yard line. Like, if that was no call, these refs are, in fact, blind. But that was a good call. They called that. I get you're going to miss a call every once in a while, but going back to that second kick-catch interference, they should have called it, but they didn't. But we move on. It's 17-7 Indiana. Penn State trying to punch it in again and get this lead back. But from the 16, 1st and 10, Clifford for about 5, maybe 6 on the handoff. And that's Kevon Lee, number 24, true freshman from Florida. So Kevon Lee playing ahead of Keziah Holmes. So they're burning red shirts, but as mentioned earlier, eligibility not a factor. Eligibility does not mean a damn thing this year. Throw that out the window. It's a free year for everyone. Trips near side once again. They're liking that formation. And then Fryermuth motions in towards the line. Another handoff up the gut. And I believe that's Lee once again on the carry. He's going to be about a half-yard shy. It'll be 3rd and inches. And now Kevon Lee getting banged up. I was just about ready to say if obviously Devin Ford can't run the football and Noah Kane's injured. Now Kevon Lee injured. Ankle injury it looks like maybe for the true freshman. We'll see if he's going to be good to go later on. They might have to play Keziah Holmes for God's sakes. Or put one of them back in injured, which you don't want to see. Then it'd be Devin Ford. But if, he's going to be coughing it up and not picking up any yardage, maybe Kevon Lee can, get something going. But now he goes down with an injury. So, yeah, okay. Said earlier, they're going to be fine without Journey Brown. But now they're sort of in a tough situation with a few injuries. But Penn State going to keep pushing, don't stop believing, knocking on the door. And for some reason, Will Levis back in the ball game at quarterback. So is Penn State going to be using a 2-quarterback system this year now? 3rd and 1 from the 7. Man in motion. Levis is going to hand off. And actually he kept it and then fumbled. Just shoot me now, will ya? Under a minute to play. Indiana's going to get the ball back. They can't even punch it in, for God's sakes. Levis, get rid of him. Doesn't deserve to be suiting up for any game moving forward. Delay a game and a fumble. He should have handed it off to Devin Ford, which he ended up keeping it, and then it got stripped, and it was a fumble, and Indiana's right there to recover. Luckily for Indiana, they were right there to recover it, because if not, knock on wood, Penn State might have, but you never know. But they don't even get anything on that drive. And that was their best drive since their opening drive that they scored on. They can't even get a field goal out of it, for God's sakes. And now with under a minute to play in the first half, Penix is going to hand off Stevie Scott. Indiana has all 3 timeouts. We'll see if they use any of them, but they're up 10. I think they'd be fine to head on into halftime, up 10, 17-7. Yeah, they're not in any hurry here. And, as we see Penn State last year, 14 turnovers in 13 games. Second fewest in the Big Ten. Today alone, they have 3 with 2 interceptions and a fumble. However, they also had 2 other fumbles that luckily they were down by contact and then ended up recovering anyway, so they stood. And then they had a few muff punts, muff kicks. And now Penn State's going to recover a fumble. Time's going to expire, though, it looks like. Are they going to have a second or two, maybe? If they do, bring out Pinniger. You're still in field goal range. Lamont Wade on the fumble recovery. We'll see if the Zebras call. Was he down? Another fumble. This has been a turnover game. That ball's out. That's a fumble. And then Penn State recovers. Now you got to look at it, because if there is time, you got to give Penn State the ball, and then Pinniger is going to come out for a field goal that they should have had on their last drive before fumbling themselves or even scoring, but kick the field goal because there's hardly any time, if any time remaining. Indiana might luck out, and there might not be any time for Penn State, but you got to look at it. You have to look at this. That's at the end of the half. You'd be doing it if it was at the end of the game and be taking a half hour. You got to do it before halftime, too. So the previous plays on further review, it is a fumble. Penn State recovers, but is there any time left? Lamont Wade has it, 2 seconds at the 7-yard line. back at their original line of scrimmage just a few minutes ago before they fumbled themselves. So they're going to have a second or two, and Penninger hopefully is going to come on for a field goal, and then they can cut it to 7, as they probably would have anyway, kicking a field goal on their last drive before fumbling. And it's going to be 17-10 at halftime, and then Indiana gets the ball to begin the second half. 2 seconds, Lamont Wade has it right there at the 8-yard line. That's a fumble with a clear recovery by 38, Lamont Wade from Clareton for Penn State. But then Indiana also has 3 timeouts, so we're probably going to have a few shots at icing the kicker, knowing Tom Allen. You have to look at it, which they are. Previous plays on further review. Yeah, Indiana shooting themselves here. Good play by Lamont Wade. He's right there, ball hawk, coming up from safety and recovering the football with 2 seconds. There's 2 seconds on the clock, and then 1 once he stands up. Then it goes to 0-0. But they came in and blew the whistle. You got to give them at least a second or two. And Penninger is going to come on for, it'd be a 24, 25-yard field goal attempt to end the half. Now there's targeting on this? How the hell is there targeting on this play? Fumble. 2 seconds. First down. Penn State. No penalty. Okay, so no targeting on Keandre Lambert-Smith. He's not going to have to sit out by any means. Going back to Nebraska earlier against Ohio State, they got screwed on a few of those, I thought. But here comes Jake Penninger for a, like I said, 24, 25-yard field goal attempt to close out the first half. I swear to God, if he misses this, after all of everything that has happened in the first half, just kick's going to be up, and oh my God, it doinks off the left upright. You have to be kidding me. You literally have to be kidding me right now. I don't even know what to say. After everything that has happened in this first half, I don't even want to get into it. Indiana leads Penn State 17-7. When it at least should be 17-10 or 17-14. Whether they missed that field goal or not, because they shouldn't have turned the goddamn ball over the previous drive. But here we are at halftime. Indiana leading Penn State 17-7. Jesus Christ. I tell you what.
The ones they committed is the reason why they're down in this one. As we take a look at the halftime highlights sponsored by State Farm.
Yeah, Sean Clifford actually starts out
Just
7 of 8, but just I don't know if he's trying to do a little too much. He just
turnovers. Killing the Nittany Lions in the first half. Run game they got to establish that in the second half. Injuries with Kane, Devin Ford just can't run the ball now, it seems like. It seems like he just forgot how to run with a football in his arms. And then Kevon Lee got in, and 2 plays later, he's hurt. Like I said, if they can run the football, if they have an offensive line and be able to run the football, it'll be good. But obviously not the case, because Clifford has to do it all right now. And it's not cutting it. They got to, Jesus Christ, they got to find a run game. And they got to quit turning the ball over. Plain and simple. There's no other way around it. Honestly, just probably the worst half of football I've seen in God knows how long. Like, this is pathetic. I don't care if it's the first game of the season, mid-October, during a 8-game shortened season for that matter. You've had how much time to get ready for today? But obviously, they watched Ohio State beat Nebraska earlier, and they're looking too far ahead of themselves. They're not going to beat Ohio State next week, let alone beating Indiana today, if they can't come back and win. Now, if they come back and play with a totally different team in the second half and just absolutely blow them out, okay, next week, new game. And, you know, who knows what's going to happen. But just how the hell does this happen? Other than, of course, the damn turnovers. They don't turn the ball over. Indiana doesn't have a single point. Indiana has capitalized off of now 3 Penn State turnovers, when they had 14 total all last year in 13 games, and now 3 in their first game during an 8-game stretch in 8 weeks. No bye weeks. Hell, they play like this every game, they're going to go 4-4. If they can block, which they can, but if they can find a running game and not turn the ball over and hold them on defense. We saw how good the defense was looking, you know, early on after they got a lead on their opening drive. You know, Porter with a sack. Not as much pressure, like I said, but good coverage. They need to bring more pressure, is what they need on defense. But they need to make stops. They can't allow Indiana to be able to drive and score one after another, drive after drive, and expect to be in this game when you're fumbling and throwing interceptions left and right, turning the ball over every drive. And after all of that, they still missed the field goal to close out the half. And like I said, it goes back to, it seems like, that muffed punt that there should have been a kick-catch interference. There wasn't, even though we saw one on the previous punt. Fumble, illegal touching, and then a repunt before the next drive, and then Clifford throws his first interception. Throws another one a few drives later. So they haven't done anything since their first drive of the ball game when they were back deep to receive. Indiana going to get the ball to begin the second half here. So they're up 7-0. And since then, it's been all Indiana. It honestly absolutely has been all Indiana since. 10 minutes to play in the first quarter. So, I mean, penalties honestly not an issue right now, for them at least. It's the turnovers. And it's Clifford with some missed throws, leading to interceptions, of course. And then we've seen how many drops. But a few good catches by the youngster receivers. But, like, come on. Like, it's ridiculous. There's no reason whatsoever for Penn State to be playing like this right now. None. Just, I don't even know what else to say. I honestly don't. Like, it is that bad. First half stats and scores. Penn State on the road trailing by 10, 17-7. Sean Clifford is 11 of 16 for 91 yards, a touchdown, and 2 interceptions. Devin Ford, 12 carries for 33 yards. Sean Clifford has 6 carries for 25 yards. Noah Kane, 3 of 13. We haven't seen him since the third play of the game. Kevon Lee, 2 carries for 9 yards. Holmes did get a carry. I thought he was in there. He has 1 carry for 4 yards. And then Penn State receiving, Freiermuth has 5 catches for 36 yards and a touchdown. Penn State's lone points. They should have had a field goal or touchdown because their last drive before they turned it over again, Indiana then fumbles. Penn State gets it back with 2 seconds before halftime. Could have got another field goal. Just so many mistakes and turnovers is why they're down right now. And it's unacceptable. It honestly is. And I'm sure they're getting chewed out right now in the locker room. Since Franklin's been there, I mean, they've had some bad games. Don't get me wrong. That 2014-2015 season, there are a handful of games where whether or not first half, second half, because 16, 17, even 18, they were a second half team. Last year, they got ahead and tried to not blow a lead by any means, and they held on and won, minus their 2 losses to Minnesota and Ohio State, both on the road. So, once again, on the road in the Midwest in the Big Ten against Indiana, trailing, and who knows if they're going to end up coming from behind and winning this today or not. And starting off 0-1, and you start off 0-1 during an 8-game schedule, you're more than 6 feet deep. And like I said, come mid to late November, they got a tough 3-game stretch at Nebraska, Iowa, and then at Michigan. But hell, they got to finish the job today at Indiana before Ohio State comes down. And that's why I said it seems like they're looking way too far ahead of next week already. And they're not playing who they're supposed to be playing today. They play like this next week, they're going to get killed. They play like this today, though, they're already getting killed. Because they're down 10 because of stupid mistakes and turnovers. Plain and simple. There's no other explanation for it. It's pathetic. It is so ridiculous. There's no need for them to be playing like this. It's awful. But there hasn't been a half of football, for Penn State at least, this bad in quite a while. This is pathetic. Like, there's no other word to describe it. But if they just want to turn the ball over, hey, it's even. But to an extent, even though they're down 10, it's still even. Because Indiana, even getting turnovers from the Lions and then capitalizing, on a few of those, they haven't done a damn thing. So, if only Penn State can come out in the second half here, gain some control, okay? Run the football. Hopefully Noah Kane's going to be all right. Don't know what's up with him. I don't care who's running the ball. Just run the damn ball and hold on to it. And Clifford, don't throw any more interceptions. But I have a feeling he's going to be throwing probably a game-clinching INT for Indiana late in the fourth quarter as we stand here at halftime. Penn State trailing by 10, 17-7 against the Hoosiers. I just have a feeling. I can just smell it. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully that's not the case, of course. But Clifford can't do it all. He cannot do it all. He's got to get his weapons the ball. There's more than Pat Fryermuth at tight end. Strange has been in motion like 10 times, but he hasn't been targeted. Parker Washington was targeted once. No catch for him, though. Back to stats. Penn State receiving Fryermuth, as I mentioned, 5 catches, 36 yards in the score. Dotson, only 2 catches for 32 yards. Keandre Lambert-Smith, 1 for 12. And then Devin Ford, 2 of 12. So somebody has to step up. I don't care who it is. Somebody has to step up for Penn State, whether it be on offense, defense, or hell, even special teams for that matter. But they can't even kick field goals. They doink it off the left upright. Indiana at the half, leading by 10, 17-7. Michael Penix Jr. only 5 of 10 for 45 yards. And looking at these stats, what I noticed is Indiana's more balanced than Penn State is, because they have a running game. CV Scott III, 12 carries for 46 yards and 2 touchdowns. As mentioned earlier, the past 2 meetings combined, he has almost 50 carries and 200 total yards, along with 2 touchdowns to his credit against Penn State's defense. Few catches for Indiana's receivers as well, totaling out the 45 yards for Michael Penix. But Indiana hasn't turned the ball over. I mean, they did, but then Penn State only had 2 seconds, so that really doesn't count. And then they missed the field goal. Another mistake, another stupid mistake. Like I said, it is no reason whatsoever, other than the turnovers, for Penn State to be down right now. It's mind-blowing. It is. Also today, in college football, some final scores. First off, Clemson ended up defeating Syracuse 47-21. Ohio State put 52 on Nebraska. I turned it off when it was 45-17. They scored another touchdown late. 52-17 winners for the Buckeyes over the Cornhuskers from Lincoln. Nebraska will play Wisconsin next week. Ohio State will play Penn State next week. North Carolina beat NC State 48-21. Kansas State 55-14 over Kansas. Coastal Carolina 28-14 over Georgia Southern, as mentioned. Army beat Mercer 49-3. Auburn beat Ole Miss. They're trying to inch their way back into the SEC hunt. 35-28 for the Tigers over the Rebs. Oklahoma 33-14 winners over Gary Patterson and TCU Horned Frogs. Memphis, Team Penn State beat in Cotton Bowl last year. They beat Temple in the American Athletic Conference 41-29. Louisville over Florida State by 32, 48-16. The Noles down in Tallahassee, Mike Norvell, it's going to be a long road to get back to the promised land. As the Cardinals, Louisville, along with A&M, and even Arkansas, the Hogs from Fayetteville, my 3, I've had Louisville and A&M the past few years as a surprise team in college football. And now finally, along with the Hogs, they're getting there. But we'll see how the rest of the season goes, of course. But Louisville with a 48-16 win over Florida State. Rutgers, arguably with the upset of the day in some people's eyes, maybe even on the year, in the first week and both teams' first game in 2020 with the Big Ten's return. Rutgers 38-27 on the road in East Lansing at Spartan Stadium over Mel Tucker, the Michigan State Spartans. 38-27 Scarlet Knights. Greg Schiano 1-0 once again with Rutgers. Penn State will play at Rutgers early December. They'll then host Michigan State a week later before Big Ten Champions Week. Liberty with Hugh Freeze beat Southern Miss. Games still to come later on tonight. West Virginia, Texas Tech should be kicking off here shortly. South Carolina, LSU, Utah State, and Boise State in the Mountain West, along with Wyoming and Nevada. Big one in the Big Ten, though. Little Brown Jug, Michigan, Minnesota. Hawaii, Fresno State. That should be an interesting contest. Maryland, Northwestern as well, along with Virginia and Miami. Would love to pick the Who's, but give me the U. La Tech and Texas San Antonio. As mentioned earlier, Cincinnati and SMU, probably the most underrated game of the weekend. 9 o'clock on ESPN2. Cincinnati and SMU from the Big D. And then Texas State and BYU. BYU, another team surprising right now. That's at 10:15 on ESPN, as the Cougs are 5-0 and ranked in the top 25 after they began their season on Labor Day on the road against Navy. An absolute thumping of the midshipmen. Breaking news, Habib, however you want to say it, victorious at UFC 254, then announced his retirement because he has a broken foot, so I hear. However, also breaking news with Army-Navy, the game will be played mid-December as usual, however, not in Philadelphia or Baltimore or D.C., or even New York City for that matter. Army-Navy from West Point this year due to coronavirus in 2020. UNLV, San Diego State later on, along with Air Force and San Jose State. However, so far this weekend in college football, on Thursday night we saw App State, who Penn State faced off versus a couple years ago, defeating the Mountaineers in overtime. They beat Arkansas State 45-17. Penn State was actually supposed to play Arkansas State going back to Coastal Carolina in 2008 earlier. They're supposed to play Arkansas State that year too. They played Coastal Carolina, they beat them. And then Arkansas State pulled out as Nevada did with the Nittany Lions. And then it was replaced with Kent State. That's when Penn State played Oregon State, if you folks can remember back 12 years ago. Last night, though, we saw Tulsa defeat South Florida. Wisconsin 45-7 over the Fighting Illini from Champaign, Illinois. And then Louisiana Lafayette defeated UAB 24-20. Some of the other games currently going on, as we said, at halftime with Penn State and Indiana. Hoosiers leading the line 17-7. Central Florida 51-34 over Tulane. Marshall 20-9 in the fourth quarter over Florida Atlantic. The Crimson Tide of Alabama, they'll be smoking cigars, it looks like, later on tonight as they lead Tennessee 28-10 at halftime. Oklahoma State and Iowa State in a barn burner. Early second half, 14-7 Cowboys over the Cyclones. Wake Forest, they lead the Hokies 20-10. Penn State was supposed to play at Virginia Tech. We'll see if that game ever gets made up. Virginia Tech going to be coming to Happy Valley in 2025. Penn State going to get a home-and-home with Auburn and West Virginia the next 4 years as well. Middle Tennessee State up 8, 21-13 on Rice. Speaking of Navy, we saw Army beat Mercer earlier. Houston leading Navy by 3, 16-13. Texas 13-3 on top of Baylor. And then at the half, we got Iowa leading Purdue 17-14. That second half about to kick off. Purdue going to get the ball. Notre Dame up 28-3. Second half also about to begin from Hinesville to Pittsburgh. Fighting Irish lead the Panthers 28-3. Troy 21-13 over Georgia State. We're about also ready to begin the second half from Memorial Stadium in Bloomington, Indiana, as Indiana's going to get the ball. Begin the second half here. Leading by 10, 17-7 over the Penn State Nittany Lions. Boston College up 20 on Georgia Tech, 34-14. And then Mizzou on top of Kentucky at halftime by 7, 10-3. And that's it for college football week 8. We'll get final stats and scores, of course, when this game goes final, and then we'll check in with some of the other games currently going on as well. And then at that point, I would think a few of the nightcaps would have began as well. So 1st and 10, Indiana, as we begin the second half. Hoosiers lead the Nittany Lions by 10 once again, 17-7. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. From the 25-yard line, 1st and 10, Indiana. Hand off near side. That's going to go for 3 yards. 2nd and 7. They got to make some stops on defense, too, going back to what I was saying at halftime. It's just that first half, other than the first drive, arguably, like I said, the worst half football I've seen in quite some time for Penn State. Absolutely pathetic. Turnovers are killing them. If they can make some stops here on defense, Penix looking to throw. Deep down the near sideline, it's going to be incomplete. 3rd down and 8. Now a flag. No flag. Indiana wanted it. They're not going to get it. Incomplete. Good coverage by Tariq. Yeah, that's a good no call. There's no penalty on that. And maybe they might have got a hold, if anything, not a pass interference. But, hey, no call, and we play on 3rd down and 8. Both these teams awful on 3rd down today. Indiana going to look near side. College football, it's the RPO offense anymore. You hardly ever see quarterbacks under center. And if so, it's Wisconsin because they run the ball a lot. But we saw last night, Graham Mertz aired out for almost 250 yards and, like I said earlier, but I believe 4 touchdown passes. But Wisconsin doesn't have a run game now because no Jonathan Taylor, so they're throwing with a freshman quarterback. 1st and 10. Hand off up the gut for a yard. And good to see Shakatoni back out there as he was banged up in the first half. But like I said earlier, they got depth at mostly every position. So somebody goes down, next man up mentality, they'll be fine. But they can't turn the ball over. That is the storyline of this game, is turnovers. 2nd and 9, handoff, and almost a missed tackle. They almost let Stevie Scott break loose, but Antonio Shelton from Ohio State country on the stop. And like I said, we haven't really talked a whole lot about the linebackers. It's been more Penix airing it out, the secondary making plays, and then the defensive line stopping the run, even though Stevie Scott has 2 rushing touchdowns because Indiana's capitalized off of the turnovers once again. But we really haven't talked about the backers. Lucada, Brooks, and Smith. 3rd and 14, Penn State bringing pressure finally, and it's going to be caught for about 2 yards, but of course not enough for a first down, so 4th and a mile for Indiana, and here comes the Hoosiers punt unit, and Penn State, knock on wood, no muffed punts, no turnovers on this upcoming drive. Nittany Lions going to get the ball back, and knock on wood once again, hopefully they can drive and get something going and inch back into this ball game, still under 30 minutes to play, so plenty of time for them to get back in this, but still, you can't turn the ball over. Honestly, they should have had like 6 turnovers in the first half. Why didn't you try to block that? You're right there. Ball going to bounce and then roll out of bounds around the 15-yard line, it looks like. First down, Nittany Lions, officially from the 16. And following the commercial break, it'll be Penn State football down 10, 17-7. Notre Dame 28-3. Iowa and Purdue also from right down the road in West Lafayette. your normal October Saturday for Big Ten football. About 50 degrees or so here in Happy Valley. About 50, 55 in the Heartland. But I'll go back to turnovers again. They can't turn the ball over and expect to win. Plain and simple. It's ridiculous. It's so pathetic. They got to get the run game going, though, too. I don't care who's running the ball. I honestly don't. All four are good. If only Journey Brown was the fifth, and he didn't have his heart condition. Best of luck to him, as mentioned earlier. But if they had a five-headed backfield and they played them all, because hell, last year for a few games they had a four-headed backfield. Because both Noah Kane and Devin Ford were stepping up as true freshmen. Now we got Keziah Holmes and Keephon Lee, sort of the same situation. And Journey Brown takes over for Miles Sanders at this point last year, who took over for Saquon, of course. And now we see the Big Ten cross-country commercial from Piscataway to Happy Valley to Columbus, to Ann Arbor and East Lansing, the Heartland, Madison, Iowa City, and Lincoln, the whole way out to Pasadena for the Rose Bowl. But Penn State, by far. Now I get Indiana's not Idaho, but you go back to the opener last year, they put up 79 on the Vandals. But this year, of course, no non-conference. This is the third schedule that they've been issued, and they're going to play 8 games in 8 weeks. And like I said, if they play like this at any point in time during the season, they'll finish at 4-4 probably, looking at their schedule, because like I said, they got a very, very tough 3-game stretch mid to late November. But we got to get through this game first. Trips near side, 1st and 10, screen complete, and then a loss of a yard. They need to go to the young receivers a little bit more. Get Freiermuth the ball, of course, at tight end. Somebody else has to step up at tight end. Strange, as mentioned, he's been in motion the whole entire game. They haven't given him the ball. Can't run it, even though they can block. And then Dotson, Cam Sullivan-Brown's not even playing, for God's sakes. Dotson, Daniel George, Keandre Lambert-Smith, and Parker Washington. Hell, he doesn't even have a catch. They only have 1 catch apiece about. Maybe 2, as mentioned during stats. Clifford pump fake's going to dump it off. It's complete for 2 yards. Oh, big whoop. 3rd down and 8 from the 17. How the hell does this happen? I don't care if you have a new offensive coordinator or not. For the most part, the offensive line's still intact. All the same players. Quarterback's the same. Running backs have been there. 3 of the 6 receivers have been there. Freiermuth is back, so there's no need, there's no reason, I should say, this should be happening, but because of turnovers, here we are. Pass complete near side, Daniel George, 1st down, Penn State at 33. Pickup of about 14 or so. From 14 to 11. Nice pass. And Penn State back to moving the sticks. Now if only they can not doink it off an upright or not fumble inside the red zone, well, this game might be a little closer, and if they score on this drive, we'd be tied up. But hopefully they can cut it to either, 3 or 7 at the end of this drive, under 10 to play here in the 3rd quarter. 2nd down.
Team guys, unbelievable effort guys. When a guy like that, you gotta have a great nickname. CO no makes it much easier.
from the 36, 2nd and 6 with 9:26 to play in the third. Clifford going to keep it run. He picks up another first down at the 43. So, I mean, other than Devin Ford running the ball, Clifford's been doing most of the work, which I don't mind, but when he has to do it all, run and throw, you know, that doesn't cut it. Somebody else has to step up. But, you know, like I've said time and time again, credit to the defense with whoever the opponent is. Because if they're shutting you down, forcing you to tuck it and run because nobody's open, you know, there's nothing you can do. Trips near side, Kevon Lee on the run. He's going to get to the 49-yard line. Gets about 5 or so, I'd say. Second down and medium. Just the turnovers have killed them. They'll be lucky, honestly, right now to get out of Dodge with a win. And then, 2, even if they do win, they're going to drop in the rankings. But that's the least of my concern right now. From the 49, pick up a 6, so 2nd and 4. Kevon Lee, once again, nice spin move by him. Freshman back from Florida. He gets to the 44-yard line. However, there is a flag on the play. Hopefully this is not a hold on somebody on the offense. Jesus Christ. Unacceptable. Once again, penalties and turnovers, they kill you. Good call. Second and 14 now. Back at the 39. So they lost about almost 20 yards of field position. Clifford looking to throw, airs it out, it's caught. And then Keandre Lambert-Smith, I don't think he was down. He gets 13. It'll be 3rd and a yard. So 13 for 13 from 14. And what's he down by? Means he stumbled after he caught it and then was almost tackled. Nice spin move. He stays up. And he's a yard short. However, Kevon Lee on 3rd and 1. First down Nittany Lions.
Kevon Lee picks up the first down.
Good to see him back in the game healthy. 6 foot 230. This guy is a load. All those backs hover right around that 6 foot mark, but then there's a difference from 205 to 230 in the weights.
10 returning starters from an offense that last year ranked 2nd in the conference. 15th in the nation, they averaged 36 points a game.
The helmet off goes out for one play.
Okay, you don't need to announce that. We already know that. If your helmet comes off, you got to come out for a play.
Thomas Allen. Tom Allen's son, his season last year was cut short because of an injury in Nebraska.
And now from the 40, 1st and 10, trips top your screen, left to right for Penn State on offense. Still trailing by 10, 17-7 here, 7.5. Or 7 now to play in the 3rd quarter. Another run up the gut. Kevon Lee, run the hot hand. If he's, you know, your go-to back, run the ball with him. If it's Noah Kane, if it's Devin Ford, Keziah Holmes, I honestly really do not care right now. Just run the damn ball, pick up yardage, move the sticks. First down after first down after first down. Good drive, arguably their best drive since their opening drive. But we saw one like this before halftime in which they fumbled. And then Indiana fumbled, and then they doinked the field goal. 1st and 10 from the 27. 7-7-7. I should play the lottery tonight. And Clifford going to tuck it and run. He's going to pick up about another 7 yards. It'll be 2nd and short. 2nd and 4. After they officially give him 6.
If you're Penn State, make this a one-score game.
He has 38 yards on the ground for Clifford. He so far has been the leading rusher for Penn State.
Trips now near side. They like that Trips today for some reason. Another screen. It's caught. And Kevon Lee's going to pick up another first down. Freshman back from the Sunshine State coming on strong here in the second half after a a few plays in the first half, but then he got banged up, and then they had to run Devin Ford some more. And hey, if he's a hot hand, like I said, run him. First and 10 from the 16. Penn State driving, taking up a lot of time here in the third quarter as well. Play clock winding down. Screen far side now. And that was a good decision not to block, because it would have been a block in the back. Parker Washington wearing number 3, not 18, as originally thought on the depth chart. So that threw me off earlier, but Lee ends up getting a yard on that play regardless, so now 2nd and 9. If they can score here, gain some momentum, they have their rhythm built back up now, it seems like. Knock on wood, at least they haven't scored as of yet, but still. And then take this game on the road into the fourth quarter. You know, at that point, may the best team win. Got a whistle. And the Hoosiers are going to call their first timeout here in the second half. Full timeout, full TV timeout, so the Red Cap are going to come out and stand at about the 20-yard line to signal to fans in attendance, even though there's not that many there, only friends and family of players, that we're in a TV timeout. So a TV timeout here, about 4.5 to play in the third quarter, I'd say. Penn State driving. Back and forth with a few good runs, some screen passes to both sides, and then, I mean, the passing game, honestly, from Clifford, he's stepping up now, too. Big gain to Keandre Lambert-Smith. Parker Washington, very, very quiet. No catches whatsoever. From what I've heard about him, he's going to be catching anything thrown his way, so want me throwing the damn ball. But obviously Clifford hasn't. Freiermuth on this drive, quiet. Same thing, just as it was on Penn State's opening drive, as I called. Go to Freiermuth. They did it on 3rd and goal. They ran it, and then they decided to go for it, 4th and goal, wide open in the middle of the end zone. So now they have the defense on their heels once again. And I'm thinking they're going to go to somebody that, of course, one, hasn't either seen the ball yet today or hasn't seen the ball as of late, especially on this drive. I get it's their first drive here in the second half. But go to... Just don't turn it over, regardless of what happens. Just don't turn the ball over. That's all I want to not have happen again.
There is no normal for everyone, but there is a normal for you. If, like,
I'd go to Freiermuth. Dawson's quiet, too. But the passing game, it's been balanced. And that's why I said at halftime, looking at the stats, Indiana was more balanced than Penn State with the passing and the rushing. And now on this drive, Penn State, balance. You know, like I just said, able to run, throw, and, I mean, the screen game, they, I think, haven't run enough today, but at the same time, you don't want to give away too much in your first game. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do to win. So now 2nd and 9. Ball at the 15. Clifford dropping back, looking to throw on the wheel route. He's going to dump it off, though. And it's going to fall incomplete. How the hell does Parker Washington drop that? It was right in front of him. And now we're going to have a flag. Pass interference on Penn State on Freiermuth. And they'll replay 2nd down. See a replay of this. Give me a break.
He's running around. He's going to be very confused by that flag. But Indiana did a great job matching that underneath.
That was nothing.
Turn it into a quarterback run.
Meanwhile, they are tending to.
That's nothing. So now Indiana on defense with an injury. 2nd and 24 to come for Penn State. Some fans, if they were there, would probably be booing right now, you know, trying to stall the drive. But here we are. They're going to hit another commercial break. So Iowa, Purdue, Penn State going to play one of these teams less than a month on November the 21st, right here in Happy Valley over at Beaver Stadium. Not playing Purdue, though, as mentioned this year, along with Northwestern, Illinois, along with Minnesota and Wisconsin. Their 2 crossover games are, in fact, at Nebraska and then Iowa a week later. That tough 3-game stretch at Nebraska, Iowa, and then at Michigan. We'll see how Michigan and Minnesota play tonight on ABC. I have a feeling the Wolverines are, for some reason, just going to show out, and they're going to have everyone talking. They just feel like they're that team this year that, oh, is Michigan back now? And until, of course, they play some of the teams down the road that have been able to beat them year in and year out, you know, come the season's end. You know, Michigan at that point, then Jim Harbaugh, is he staying? Is he going to be fired? Who knows? But we'll get back to Penn State, Indiana shortly. Today, actually, the original schedule, Penn State was supposed to host Ohio State tonight. Okay? And then in the second schedule, this is when Ohio State and Michigan were supposed to face off. Penn State would have been going to Indiana next Saturday. However, of course, now they're going there today. They're already there. They've been there since yesterday. They're losing by 10 if you're just now tuning in. But, yeah, the schedule's all shook up for the 3rd time, and you know, eventually we're going to play all these games regardless, and we'll get through the season. You know, like I said earlier, with the technical difficulties, you know, we always get through these streams anyway. So here we are, Penn State ball, down 10, 17-7, with 4.5 to play in the 3rd quarter. Franklin taking off his sunglasses as nightfall is upon us. Here before too long, it's going to be getting dark at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as it already is getting dark at 4:35. From the 30 now, 2nd and 24 following the penalty. Trips once again near side, left to right for the Nitlets. Indiana brings 4. Clifford rolling out far side, going to air it out deep, out of bounds, incomplete. OHIO, we are Penn State. What other slogans we got? Go Blue. Score is 17-7. Indiana with 4:24 to play in the 3rd. 3rd and 24 for Penn State. And 3rd down is the money sign coming in from the sideline for the blue and white. Once again, from the 30. Clifford gets drilled, he gets rid of it, and then it is going to fall incomplete. Intended for Daniel George, number 11. Thought he had it there for a second and it was a catch, but now 4th and 24 from the 30. How they can't kick a 25-yarder because they don't get off the left upright. I would think they're going to bring Pinniger on for about a 47, 48-yarder. But Clifford, he took a shot. And that's a catch. You got to catch the damn ball. Come on. Hit him right in the hands and he dropped it. It was almost picked off. So another turnover that they luck out on. Here's Jake Pinniger, a junior from, and he's going to, oh my God, just kill me now, please. Wide left, no good for the, as I was about ready to say, third-year kicker from Iowa. So now we got a kicking competition, it looks like. That's 2 missed kicks. That's 6 points. That's 3 turnovers that Indiana capitalized on. Of course, this is how it's gone, but if none of that happens,
Well, I just sat down with nice
Penn State's up
Objection. Irrelevant.
at least 13 right now,
Did you say, and I quote, "He's
if not
automatic.
more.
No way he misses.
But another missed kick. And for some reason, they can't seem to get over the hump in week 1, let alone next week against Ohio State. We'll see how Maryland plays against Northwestern tonight. Hell, that might be a actual good game compared to what originally we were thinking was going to be, compared to how this is going.
You can love your pets and withdraw less.
What if you could buy online at Discount Tire?
But I tell you what, it's the turnovers. Now it's the kicking game. They can't kick. Pinniger and Jordan Stout at kicker and punter have been their best kickers and punters, for that matter, in forever. You probably have to go back to Kevin Kelly and Jeremy Kapanos, for God's sakes. Like, Ficken wasn't bad, but the way he started off was god-awful. It was terrible. And then Joey Julius was, just one of those that drew attention. They haven't had any kicking problems. Now they do. Why? And like I said, it's not like they've had time to prepare for this game. They've had how long? Just honestly, now it's disappointing. It goes from pathetic and ridiculous to unacceptable, which is still unacceptable. But now it's just disappointing. Like, there's still no reason that they should be playing like this, but for some reason, they are. 2 missed field goals from 25 and 48. And Indiana's going to get the ball back. 1st and 10, ball at the 30-yard line. Up 10 with 4 minutes to play in the third quarter. And Penn State intercepted, okay. And Lamont Wade now with an interception to go along with his fumble. So, we'll reverse course. We'll flip script. Penn State going to get the ball right back. 1 play after a missed field goal. Still in it. Interception by Lamont Wade, who is up there, honestly, with Castro Fields as your 2 best Penn State secondary players, with Wade and then Castro Fields, and then you got a few youngsters. Joey Porter Jr. played, well earlier. Where the hell is he gone? Once again, the backers haven't really done a whole lot. Jair Brown, same goes for him. But Lamont Wade stepping up. 2 turnovers recovered by him today. Penn State, you have to capitalize on this. They're going to go deep, and it's going to be deflected, and it falls incomplete. And they luck out. As Dotson ended up being the intended target. I don't think he was originally. Whoever went deep was. But Clifford got hit as he threw. Ball up in the air. Luckily, it didn't get picked off again. But Indiana's starting to bring pressure. And credit where credit's due. That's what they need to do. They're up 10 for God's sakes. Devin Ford back in the ball game at running back. Gets a yard on the previous run once again. Sorry for any technical difficulties. 3rd and 9 from the 44 for Penn State. Keep those chat questions and comments rolling. I'll get to them in a second. Super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. Clifford eludes the sack, airs it out, and it's going to be caught far sideline. Was he in bounds? They say he was. That's a catch. Daniel George, number 11, stepping up as well in the second half. First down, Nittany Lions. Replay here was he inbounds when he caught it, though. This is going to be close. You don't need 1 foot inbounds in college. That's a catch. They're going to look at it. Ball might hit the ground. Might not have, though, depending on who you're rooting for. Right foot's in, but then even if the ball hits the ground, as long as he catches it, controls it, and maintains possession, it's going to be a catch because they called it a catch on the field. That's close. They called it a catch. They have to find undisputable video evidence to overturn it. I would think that's going to stand. But, what was it? 3rd down? 3rd down, right? If that was 3rd down, if I'm not mistaken, and then that's incomplete, Penn State's going to bring the punt unit back on to punt. So a big play, big replay. I believe it was 3rd down. Someone help me out. Get rid of that kicker. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say getting rid of him. Here's the rolling. It's stands, catch, first down, Penn State. I wouldn't say get rid of Pinnaker. I'd say get rid of Will Levis because in the first half he had a delay game and a fumble. And back-to-back, I believe the same drive. As it seemed like they were going for a 2-quarterback system for some reason, but they've gone away from that, which is a good thing because he's not that good. I get it. Kickers have their days. Look at the NFL this year. Okay, every dog has his day. Injuries in the kicking game have been absolutely awful this year. Go back to Monday Night Football Week 1. Goskowski on the road for the Titans missed like 10 kicks. Pass complete near side. Bretton Strange, no gain. So now 2nd down and 10. But, yeah, of course, that's 6 points that Penn State could have right now. On top of the 7 that they already have, so we're down 4 rather than 10. You score here, you take a lead, but then it's all the other turnovers that have killed them. So you can't blame just one aspect of the game. To this point, you got to blame them all because nobody's doing that damn good, except for, of course, on the first drive. What a catch by Freiermuth. He's going to get 9. It'll be 3rd and 1 again. And then they had a good drive before halftime. They fumbled, got the ball back, missed the kick. And then they had another good drive and missed another kick. So, first down run up the gut. And that was Devin Ford from Northern Virginia. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. That red subscribe button down below. Be sure to hit subscribe. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The link's in the description below as well. Tune back in tomorrow and next week and all season long for college football, NFL, and professional wrestling live reactions play live right here on YouTube. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. 1st and 10, about a minute and a half to play here in the 3rd quarter. Clifford going to slide after he picks up the first down inside the 20. They're going to mark him short. First down, Penn State. Alabama extending their lead against Tennessee, 42-17 in the 3rd quarter. First down, Penn State. Okay, it seemed like they were going to mark him shy there for a second for some reason. I don't know why. Notre Dame up 38-3 on Pitt. Should probably turn off this game, Notre Dame Pitt, and then turn on Iowa State, Oklahoma State. Iowa and Purdue in a close one. We got a whistle before the snap on 2nd and 1. And a false start maybe? False start. That's on Rasheed Walker. It'll be 2nd down and 6.
Against Rasheed Walker today.
Penalties and turnovers. Kill you. Ridiculous.
Around the left side is called on the left tackle. There's more than one culprit there. The whole left side. That may be the case where Michael minute just a little bit late with the snap. Go from 2nd and 1 to 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6. Screen near side. It's going to be caught. 1st down. Bretton Strange. However, another flag. My God. Now his shoe comes off, but that's the least of anybody's concern because we got a flag on the play once again. Another holding. This on Jahan Dotson. They'll replay 2nd down again, and it'll be 2nd and 24. Yeah, that's a good call. It allowed Strange to catch it, tuck it and run, and get inside the 20. But now with 21 seconds to play in the 3rd, okay, 2nd and 16. So they say, but I think it's a little bit longer than that. Snap it here before the end of the 3rd quarter. Get another playoff. Don't tell me they call it timeout. Okay, they're going to try to spot the ball, it seems like. Yeah, so now it's going to be 2nd and a couple miles for Penn State. Okay, they're going to put 21 seconds back on the game clock. 2nd and long for the Lions. From the 35, Clifford going to step up and run. He breaks a tackle, gets a 1st down inside the 20. He's still going 15, 10, 5. He's going to dive for the pylon. He's in. Touchdown, Penn State. What a play by Sean Clifford to end the 3rd quarter. Now the Lions with a good 3rd quarter, even after a missed kick. They have rhythm built up. They have momentum going into the 4th. Hopefully they don't miss the extra point because then that, screws some stuff up. He was never out. That's a touchdown. What a play. A 35-yard touchdown run by number 14, the quarterback, and Sean Clifford, the big red dog, getting in that red and white end zone of Indiana's. Penninger for the extra point. Kick up and good. So 17-14 is now where we stand at the end of 3. Hoosiers on top of the Lions. 17-14 at the end of 3. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play this afternoon with Penn State and Indiana from Bloomington, Indiana. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links in the description below. See that thumbs up button? Hit that thumbs up button. Share as well. Click that share button. Hashtag college football. Hashtag PSU versus IU for Penn State University versus Indiana University. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers.
All Americans. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message. Big job. You make sure things get done right. It's not a competition. It's just that you're not willing to settle. Not at your work, not at your hobbies. Never put your burden. Done right. Right now with Jimmy John's, you can get half off your second sandwich.
As I was saying there before technical difficulties, with Notre Dame on top of Pitt, 45-3, not even at the end of the 3rd quarter. We're going to turn on Iowa State, Oklahoma State on Fox. And then back on FS1 as we begin the 4th quarter. Penn State just cut it to 3 at 17-14. Indiana on top of the Nittany Lions. We still have Iowa and Purdue on as well. They also begin the fourth quarter. Same exact score of Penn State, Indiana. 17-14 Hawkeyes on top of the Boilermakers. Iowa State, Oklahoma State from Stillwater. If you haven't checked out OK State's, I believe it's called Big Time or My Time on ESPN on their streaming service, I recommend doing so. Episodes running about 10-15 minutes at that. Maybe a little bit longer for some of them. But Oklahoma State, all three of these games now, early fourth quarter. Cowboys lead the Cyclones by 7, 21-14. We'll also check in on some other games coming up shortly. So stay tuned.
Defensive game into the fourth quarter.
Snap a long streak, 42 straight losses against top 10 folks.
Indiana 1st and 10 from the 25. Michael Penix complete near side. And then there's Jesse Luketa and Ellis Brooks on the stop. First time since before kickoff, since I've said their names.
Good job building confidence in Michael Penix.
Leading by 3 because of Penn State turnovers. That's awful. That is so bad. Indiana only has 100 total yards on offense, yet they lead by 3 because of Penn State turnovers. Pass near side, incomplete. Joey Porter Jr. on the coverage. Good no call. 3rd down and 8 for Indiana. Talk about Indiana being more balanced at halftime. Penn State's balanced it out through 3 quarters, almost doubling Indiana's total yardage on offense. 3rd down and 8 from the 28. Penix looking to throw far side. It's going to be caught. 1st down Hoosiers. Trey Castro Fields and Daquan Hardy on the coverage. Come on, boys, need to stop. Penix pump fakes over the middle, incomplete, no flag. Castro Fields, along with Ellis Brooks and Jaquan Brisker on the coverage for the line defense. Walt Fillier, your intended target, he's had a quiet afternoon.
Fillier just 2 catches for 10 yards today. Completed at such a high rate last year on his passes.
2nd and 10, empty set from the 42. Now Stevie Scott's going to motion back into the backfield. Play clock winding down. He's going to line up to the right of the left-handed quarterback, Michael Penix Jr., number 9. So number 9 and number 8 in the backfield for Indiana. Penn State bringing pressure over the middle, though. It's caught. 1st down Hoosiers. And the ball comes out. And then P.J. Mustipher, 97, falls on it. Penn State recovers. They say Nittany Lion football. So turnovers, the storyline of this ball game. Was he down, though? I don't think he was. Flag late. We'll see what the dirty laundry is from the Zebras. And we got an injured Indiana Hoosier. That's Marshall, number 13. But we're going to have to see a replay of this previous play to see what did just in fact happen. I thought the ball came out. I don't think he was down. If he was down, he was on top of Penn State defenders, and then the ball came out. Jesse Luketa with a big hit. Helmet to helmet, maybe. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Targeting on Jesse Luketa. That's probably going to stand. That jarred the ball loose. So fumble, and that's off the board now. Indiana's going to maintain possession. They're going to take a look at it, and now Jesse Luketa, if it is targeting, he's going to have to sit out the remainder of the game. He's going to have to sit out all of the first half next week against Ohio State. They head to a commercial break. I don't know. There's been a lot of targetings today. We just see one now in Iowa State, Oklahoma State, for God's sakes, as I turn my head to the left a little bit and look ahead. Oh, come on. Like, that's bad. That's iffy, the one we just saw with Penn State, Indiana. One of the two earlier with Nebraska, Ohio State was awful, was off. So bad. Like, these refs just want attention. Like, it's the first game of the Big Ten season, for God's sakes. You don't need to be throwing 10 million flags and be calling every single little thing in the book during opening weekend. It's an 8-game season, for God's sakes, before Big Ten Champions Week, December the 19th, where we'll have the top two teams, of course, face off, East versus West, in the Big Ten title game, and then 2 versus 2, the whole way on down to 7 versus 7. As then all teams would have played 9 games, hopefully, bearing any postponements or cancellations, and if they are, in fact, postponed or canceled, as mentioned earlier, it'll result in no contest. Neither team will be awarded a win or a loss. It'll just be a no contest game just to be played. But then hopefully, everybody's going to be playing 9 games, and then you go to a bowl game, and depending on how far you go, you get down to South Beach, mid-January playing for the national title, coming from the Big Ten at least, or any other conference for that matter that's starting up now or has had games postponed, over the past few weeks, as we've seen spikes across the country here in the month of October. You could get 10, 11, maybe even 12, 13 games, maybe even a little bit more. Doubt your normal 14, 15, potentially even 16, but we'll see how it plays out, of course, as we'll move along. But we're awaiting a targeting call on Jesse Luketa during this commercial break. As there was a fumble, but that's going to be off. Indiana's going to keep the ball. Miles Marshall, he's going to walk off the field into the locker room. And they just threw Luketa out. He's disqualified. He won't play the remaining 13:49. He won't play the first half at all next week against Ohio State. Luketa, 15-yard, unnecessary roughness, personal foul targeting. And that's a first down and 10, automatic first down for Indiana, and then he has to sit out. So now Indiana football up 3, ball at the 26-yard line, 1st and 10 here in the fourth quarter. Penix looking to throw over the middle, and it's almost picked off a few different times by Penn State. It was deflected and then batted up in the air before it fell to the ground incomplete. Penix, a lefty, rolling to his left and then thrown across field. It was batted down by Ellis Brooks, and then Brisker, number 1, almost picked it off. And we might have had a false start by Indiana. Penn State comes rushing. False start, 5 yards, they'll replay first down. Punts, muff kicks. Not a whole lot of sacks. Keep an eye out for sacks. Empty set, 5 wide from the 31. Penn State going to bring 4. Penix being pressured over the middle. It's going to be caught. Did he catch that? Watt failure, number 1. No, he dropped it. Incomplete, 3rd down and 15 for the Indiana offense. I don't think we've seen either quarterback under center today. All out of the gun.
They decided earlier that the 35-yard line was a line of demarcation for field goal range. They're at the 31.
Penn State brings 6. And pass near side, incomplete. It'll be 4th and 15. Joey Porter Jr. for the Lions on defense. Good coverage by him.
He's having a terrific game so far.
He's been playing well. Yeah, no wonder he beat out Keaton Ellis for the starting quarterback job. 4th and 15, Indiana going to bring on their field goal unit. We've had how many missed kicks, too? So maybe Indiana here in the meantime can miss a kick of their own. This is going to be officially from almost 50, 49.
Last year, his career best was 48. He knocked down a 57-yarder, legend says, in an intercept scrimmage not long ago.
Kick. Going to be up and good. So Indiana now leads Penn State 20-14 with 13:18 to play. The Lions have all 3 timeouts. The way their last drive went, knock on wood, you would think they'd be able to drive once again and score. A field goal, that'd be fine. There's probably still going to be enough time, but you're going to have to make another stop on defense then. You're not going to want to go for another field goal because kick a field goal now, that's 20-17. You give another field goal, 23-17. You're still going to have to score a touchdown late to win. So a touchdown would be nice on this upcoming drive. No turnovers once again. It's getting to that point where who honestly knows what the hell's going to happen. But run Kevon Lee. Devin Ford can't run the ball today for some reason. Run Kevon Lee. Keziah Holmes, in the meantime, only has a carrier or 2. Maybe get him involved. Catch defense off guard. But you know what Penn State hasn't done yet? They haven't taken a deep shot. They have not gone deep. Somebody at wide receiver has to step up. I don't care who it is. Whether it be Dotson. Daniel George has had a good game, honestly, in the second half now. They got to go to Parker Washington a little bit more, but in the meantime, true freshman receiver from Houston has to get the hell open. And that's the thing, too. Freiermuth, quiet, second half. Keandre Lambert-Smith, same thing for him. Somebody's got to step up, and they got to take a deep shot here eventually before it gets way too late. Because if it gets too late and you're still down, the defense is going to know you're going to go deep to try to make a play. But then in the meantime, you catch them off guard if you do that. Go short over the middle. Just move the sticks. You need 10, get 11. You need 15, get 16. You need 5, get 6. Whatever it is. You know? Just working some plays that you're just going to pick up first down after first down after first down and drive. Hell, I don't care if you take up the last 13 minutes and 18 seconds. You know, for all I care, as long as you score and get out of Bloomington, Indiana with a win. But we know they're not going to have a drive that's 13 minutes. Nobody in college football, and football in general, the NFL too, has drives that are 13 minutes long. Like, you just don't see that anymore. But here we are, 20-14 Indiana on top of Penn State. We'll see what happens. Not early in the drive, take a deep shot, but get the run game established. Open up the screen like they did last time. Just do what they did on their last drive, for God's sakes. Do what they've done on their 2 touchdown drives, and don't turn the ball over. Take a knee in the end zone, that's a good start. No muff kick. Touchback, first down Penn State at the 25-yard line. Like, it's the little things. You know, it's common sense. But they are outgaining Indiana by almost 200 total yards. I talked about time possession. They're leading that by almost 15 minutes, yet they're down by 6. They have 2 missed field goals. There's your 6 points. Okay? They also have 3 turnovers that, who knows, could have led to points. How many muff kicks? Like, it's just... It's pathetic and unacceptable, like I've said time and time again. And then it was getting to a point where it was disappointing, but then they scored, and hopefully they'll be able to score again. Ball at the 25-yard line, 1st and 10. Clifford going to tuck it and run. Slides after he picks up 2 yards. Second, and they only give him a yard. It's a 2nd and 9.
Very impressed by Indiana's ability to match the routes and still contain Clifford with one exception, the touchdown run. That's exactly what he did last year, kind of slow.
Be sure to subscribe, folks, if you haven't done so already. Live reactions live right here on YouTube of college football, the NFL, and professional wrestling. 2nd and 9 from the 26. Clifford pump fakes over the middle. Friarmuth first down. Penn State, the 42-yard line. Good pump fake, caught the defense off guard. I thought Penn State might have, it looked like they either jumped with a false start real quick or nobody moved, and then it ended up being the latter. Whoever was in the slot there beside Friarmuth didn't move for a second, but Friarmuth over the middle, 1st down reception for him. 1st down and 10. Clifford going to hand off, and Devin Ford gets 3 to the 45. 2nd down. Be sure to hit that thumbs up button as well if you haven't done so already. Subscribe. Cannot say that enough. Always greatly appreciated. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. From the 45, trips top of your screen, Clifford going to hand off. And Devin Ford gets about another 4.5, maybe 5 yards to midfield. We'll see where they spot it. It'll be 3rd and short. 3rd and 3. Clifford once again gonna hand off, 1st down run, and then a nice stiff arm, but then Devin Ford brought down right away. 1st down run though, 1st down Penn State. They moved the sticks.
You saw him 15 yards deep coming out of nowhere to make the tackle. Unfortunately for Indiana, after the 1st downer by Devin Ford.
From the 44. 1st and 10 for the blue and white. And pass going to be intended for Friarmuth. Incomplete, almost picked off. 2nd down and 10.
He's a better athlete. You'll see him coming out of the top and just triggers right there. That's why they ran that little nod route a second ago, is because people play downhill on Friarmuth because he is a physical presence. He says, I have 2.
Matthews every bit of 6'2", 202.
Another Floridian.
Into Jacksonville. They bring Friarmuth on.
Clifford gonna tuck it and run. Breaks the tackle. Gets out of bounds of the 41, and then maybe a little bit of a late hit. Nope. Flag. That's a good no call. So 3rd down.
This is the same play they ran with success in the 1st half. Pump the action to Friarmuth up top. Turns into a quarterback run for Clifford.
3rd down for Penn State. 10.5 to play. Nittany Lions down 6 on the road against Indiana. 3rd and 7 officially. They love that trips formation. They love that trips formation, I tell you what. Clifford gonna once again tuck and run, and then he's gonna be brought down on the sack. Well, at least you're gonna punt and hopefully pin them deep now and make them drive. And hopefully you can get a stop on defense. But some of these plays, they got to get up under center and just hike the damn ball and hand off. One, they can't really run the ball, but they're sort of getting away from the run game in the meantime, too. And, I mean, Indiana, it seems like they know what they're going to do. What Penn State's going to do, I should say, on offense while they're on defense. So, hopefully Jordan Stout can pin them deep. Corner punt them. Coffin corner. Sutherland gonna down at the 13-yard line. All right. They need a stop on defense, though. They need a sack. They need an interception. They need a fumble. They need a stop. Turnover, of course, would be nice, but they need a stop. Because even with 3 timeouts, time now, giving the ball back to Indiana, not going to be on their side. And they're not going to have as much time as they would like in order to potentially come back and win this game on the road. Plain and simple. They need a stop on this drive. If not, if they give up a field goal, they give up a touchdown, they lose. And then, Penn State will then host Ohio State next weekend. Don't know who Indiana plays at this point in time. I'll have to check. If anybody does, in fact, know, let me know in the comments. But hopefully Penn State can make a stop here, get their head out of their ass, and come back and win this game. And I'll leave it at that for the time being. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. We'll check in with some of the other college football games shortly. Well, final stats and scores of Penn State, Indiana as well. But we'll get there when we get there, of course. Clifford's made enough plays compared to his 2 mistakes that Levis had earlier in the first half of the fall start, or the delay game, than the fumble. Even if Clifford does have the 2 interceptions, he does have 2 touchdowns. There's Mike Hart, former Michigan Wolverine running back. He's Indiana's running back coach. So they got a few Wolverines on the Indiana coaching staff right now, with Nick Sheridan and Mike Hart on the offense side of the ball. But even with Clifford's 2 interceptions, he has 2 total touchdowns. 1 passing to Freiermuth, and then 1 rushing from 35 yards out. Like, it seems like now he wants to run the ball a little too much, and that's why he ended up taking a sack. But like I said, Indiana on defense, they know what Penn State's going to do on offense, it seems like. Levis did not start. They inserted him into a few different plays, and it just didn't work out. I don't know why they were trying to run a 2-quarterback system, but by any means, but they did, and it didn't work out. So they can put that on the back burner and not use it ever again for all I care. That's a false start. Come on. 3rd and 7. Penn State bringing some pressure. Over the middle, it's going to be incomplete. No flag. Tariq Castro Fields on the coverage. 4th down, so a quick 3 and out by Indiana. That's exactly what Penn State needed. They still have 3 timeouts, 8:01 to play. They'll have enough time to be able to drive, hopefully score, and win this game. But they have to do something on offense now. Honestly, don't care what it is. Just don't turn the ball over or take any sacks. And don't miss any kicks. Because just think they have those 2 field goals. We're tied at 20 right now. Just think they don't turn the ball over. They probably lead by 10, 15 points. Fair catch on the punt. Penn State will have 47-yard line. But, of course, that's not how this game's played out. We've had the missed kicks. We've had the turnovers. And here, with 8 minutes to play, Indiana leads Penn State by 6, 20-14. The Lions just shoot themselves in the foot. Clifford in at quarterback. He started. Levis was in for a few plays, to answer your question. And like I said, it didn't work out, so Clifford's been in ever since. Trips now near side. Penn State in the 4th quarter here. Right to left across your television screen, radio and audio dial, if you can envision that in your head. And another sack. No gain. Indiana has brought pressure all game. Penn State didn't really bring any pressure in the first half. But here we are. There's not really much else to say. Indiana's capitalized off the turnovers, too. They don't capitalize. Penn State, is leading 14 to probably 3 right now. Give them that field goal they have during the second half. Fryermuth in motion. Clifford going to hand off. Devin Ford, he gets to the 49, so third down and about 6.
Nice job again, Tyrone Mullen being physical, getting guys on the ground, setting up that third and long. Triggering those corners to try to get in an unblockable position for the Penn State receivers. And Tyrone Mullen has made the most of it. Under 6 minutes.
Third and 6 officially from midfield for Penn State. Clifford deep down the near sideline, has a man. What a catch. Oh, and then he dropped it. That was intended for Parker Washington. However, we got a flag. Deep shot, what I say. Pass interference, defense, 15 yards, automatic first down. Move that ball. Yeah, that's a good call. And he still almost caught the damn ball. Keziah Holmes was in at tailback. Good to see him back there. Clifford took another hit.
Just give him a chance, even if you have to slow down. That creates the pass interference for Mullen.
Fresh set of downs for Penn State.
So from the 35. First and 10 with 6:40 to play. Penn State down 6. Hold on to the ball. Keziah Holmes on the run to the 30. 5 yards for him. Keziah Holmes, Kevon Lee, both from Florida, both true freshmen. Stepping up for Noah Kane, who we have not seen since the third play of the game. Devin Ford then was able to run the ball decently in the first half, but then since then, Kevon Lee stepped up. Now Keziah Holmes. Jordan Brown, of course, out for the season, as far as we know, with a heart condition that broke this past Monday night. Third down and 4 for Penn State. Trips near side. Fryermuth once again in motion. Another handoff up the gut. They like running the ball out of the gun on third and medium. Why? It's now 4th and 2. Why don't you throw? Oh, well, they know we're going to throw. Throw the damn ball. Yeah, but if you don't get it on 4th down, even if you know you're going to go for it on 4th down, you're going to turn the ball over. And then the Indiana's going to get the ball back, up 6. You got 3 timeouts to burn to try to get the ball back with 5:12 to play. They have to convert on 4th and 1 here. I mean, they could call a timeout and kick it again, but kicking woes today. Clifford once again going to hand off, and Kevon Lee going to be stuffed. What kind of play call is that? Why are you... I've had it. I have absolutely had enough. Now they need another stop on defense. They're going to have to burn all timeouts and try to drive late and score. Like, why didn't Clifford tuck it and run like he normally would? He would have green pastures in front of him for a touchdown. I'm Indiana, I run the football. And that's exactly what they're going to do. A yard for Stevie Scott. I don't think as of right now, Penn State's going to be starting to call any timeouts by any means, but you don't want to give up a first down. You give up a first down, then you're going to definitely have to start calling timeouts. And you're probably going to get even more screwed than somebody working on the damn corner, for God's sakes. Like, come on. 2nd and 9, play clock winding down. They're playing the clock now, which I get. Over the middle, it's caught. Missed tackle, and then Indiana falls down. It'll be 3rd and 3.5, 3rd and 4. Brandon Smith on a missed tackle. How does that happen?
That guy, he just made minutes. That guy is going to be a stud.
3rd and 4. Ball at the 32. Need a stop. Need a stop.
Interesting call with the way Michael Penix Jr.'s been playing right now. 3:28 and counting.
Penix looking to throw. Penn State bringing pressure over the middle. It's incomplete. Dropped. He was wide open. He dropped it. Incomplete. 4th down. Clock stops. Penn State still has all 3 timeouts. Watch for a fake punt. Watch for a fake punt. But Penn State's going to get the ball back here with 3:22 to play, 3 timeouts, down 6, a touchdown, and an extra point. Hopefully they can kick. Will win it. So if they were smart, get a good drive going, 4th down, they'd have to go for it in that situation coming up. Maybe Indiana goes for it here on 4th down. I don't know. Try to draw Penn State off sides. Get a 5-yard offside. Just don't jump off sides. Please don't. It's 1st down for them. Okay, Indiana on the punt. No roughing the kicker. Another fair catch signal for no muff punt. Okay, Penn State fields at 25-yard line. Fair catch signal for by Jahan Dodson. But if I'm Penn State now, 3:14, pie to play. I run this clock out. I score a game-winning touchdown on the road. You don't want to give Indiana any time. Even if you do, I feel like the defense could make a stop late. You know, sack, turnover, whatever, incomplete pass. But we have to have Penn State score, of course, before that. So we hit a commercial break, potentially the final commercial break. Penn State going to get the ball back. They're going to have to drive about 75 to score. They're down 6, 20-14, with 3 minutes and 14 seconds to play. Nittany Lions have all 3 timeouts. Thanks for tuning in and watching. It's in the description below. That thumbs up button, share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Indiana. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, as mentioned, always greatly appreciated. Oklahoma State up 10 on Iowa State. Iowa on top of Purdue. And then we'll check in with some of the other 3:30 games here in a little bit, where we'll have final stats and scores with Penn State, Indiana, and then see what else has happened since we last checked in. So Penn State going to start this drive officially at the 26-yard line. 1st and 10, down 6. Clifford looking to throw. Just don't turn it over. Pass going to be, who the hell were you throwing to? You had 3 guys wide open, and then you threw it in the middle of all 3 of them. It falls incomplete. I don't know if there's something wrong with Clifford's shoulder by any means, or his throwing motion on some plays, or if the wind is playing a factor because of the missed kicks in 2, with his interceptions being, 100 feet into the air, not off a deflection by any means, just nowhere near his receiver. 2nd and 10 from the 26. Clifford pump fakes. He's going to tuck it and run. He's going to pick up a 1st down out past the 40. And then he runs out of bounds. Clock stops. 3:03 to play. Good protection. Very, very good protection by the offensive line. And then even Devin Ford stayed back to block for his quarterback. And now Clifford almost has 100 rushing yards to go along with his, we'll see what his number is on passing yards. But Penn State outgaining Indiana today. And they're still down 6 because they missed 2 kicks and they turned the ball over how many times? Clifford stepping up, down the middle, has a man wide open. Jahan Dodson, the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Penn State. You kick the extra point, you don't go for 2. You take the lead, you play defense. You might have given Indiana a little too much time with 2 timeouts. There's 2:30 to play. They have 2 timeouts. It's now tied up at 20. And Pinniger is going to come on for an extra point. He's perfect on those today, but he can't kick a field goal from 25 or 48. He would have had, if he would have waited an extra second or 2, Parker Washington wide open too down the middle. Pinniger for the extra point, kick up and good. Penn State leads for the first time since their opening drive at 7-0 early in the first quarter. 2.5 to play. It's 21-20 Nittany Lions over the Indiana Hoosiers. Oh, those are some good images right there. Defense needs to step up. Defense needs to make a stop. A turnover would be nice. A few sacks would be nice. But we'll see what Indiana does on offense. Honestly, for them all day now, ever since capitalizing off of turnovers, the Hoosiers have sort of gotten away from the run game. And Penix just, hell, they would have had a first down on 3rd and 4. And the guy dropped it. And now we see a replay of the Penn State touchdown. Jahan Dodson just moseyed his way on through, wide open down the middle. And then Parker Washington would have, he would have been wide open down the near sideline. But then Clifford found 5 Dodson for a touchdown. And they go deep. What I say 10 minutes ago. Go deep. They go deep, they score. Because neither team's done that today. And it results in 6. Jordan Stout on to kickoff. And we're going to have a touchback. Keep those chat questions and comments coming, guys. Yeah, unfortunately, due to copyright, cannot show today's game, any game for that matter, any event as a whole, due to copyright, cannot show. So, sorry, but thank you for tuning in and watching. So thank you to everyone currently watching. Thank you to everyone who has been watching. There's 2 minutes and 30 seconds to play. Indiana 1st and 10 from the 25. Big hit, about 5 yards. Thought the ball might have popped out there for a second too. But off the edge, Penn State now finally bringing pressure. And Jason Owa coming off the other edge. 28-18, bringing down Michael Penix. Penix goes down for the 2nd straight play. Shaka Tony once again with another sack. So 3rd and mile for Indiana. We got Purdue now leading Iowa by 4, 24-20. Oklahoma State leading Iowa State by 10 as well, 24-14. We'll check in on the time, but with 2:01 to play here in this game, Indiana 3rd and 21. we'll get some bonus coverage on a few of these games once Penn State Indiana wraps up. So stick around. From the 14, Penn State bringing more pressure. Michael Pennick's going to go down once again. No, he gets rid of it, incomplete, out of bounds. And now Indiana has a 4th and 21. Good thing there is no late hit out of bounds. That'd be 15 yards automatic first down for the Hoosiers. Shakatoni on the pressure once again, stepping up after going down with a small injury in the first half. Big second half for him. Big past 3 plays. But now, with Indiana only having 1 timeout, it's 4th and 21. They have to convert here. They don't. Indiana's only going to be able to stop it once. Penn State is going to have great field position. Hell, they might even score again for that matter because the ball is at the 14-yard line right now. But Penn State's going to be able to run the clock out, hopefully. Pennick's going deep down the far side, and it's going to be incomplete, but then a big hit by Lamont Wade. No flag, even though of any targeting today, the Nittany Lions might have just gotten away with one. Big hit by Wade. Lamont Wade, Shakatoni. No, that's not helmet to helmet. That's a good no call. Marquise Wilson and Lamont Wade on the coverage. Wilson on the pass, and then Wade comes in with a hit. Boom. He's had a fumble recovery, an interception, and now a big hit on 4th and 21. Penn State 1st and 10, up 1, 21-20. So the under's going to hit. But Penn State covering, unless they score, not going to happen. As they were 6-point favorites, they lead by 1 with 1:47. Indiana can only stop at 1. So Penn State's going to run a few plays here. But the Nittany Lions, for the most part, could probably run this clock out, to be honest with you. However, they are reviewing the previous play on the field. And there wasn't any helmet-to-helmet contact on that, so it'll probably stand. It'll be 1st and 10 Penn State, turnover on downs. And Indiana's going to allow Penn State to come back and win this, just as the Falcons did against the New England Patriots and the Dallas Cowboys because of an onside kick. And this is why you play a full 60. Game's not over until it's over, until there's triple zeros on that clock. Final score, whatever it comes out to be. But they are reviewing the the previous play on the field for Indiana's final play of the ball game. And it stands as called incomplete, turnover on downs, 1st down and 10, Penn State. Indiana, 1 timeout. They can stop it once, but that's it. Penn State not even calling a timeout in the second half. No, I don't even think they called a timeout in the first half for that matter, too. They might have, but I don't recall. I don't think they did. And now, like I said, they should be able to run this clock out. Just run the damn ball and hold on to it. Do not turn it over. And if you get to the point where it's 4th down, you got to kick a field goal, I'd go for it, not kick it, because the kicking was you don't want to block, kick, return for a touchdown. Indiana wins it. You go for it, you don't get it, you make them drive 99 yards to score and beat you with little to no time remaining at that. However, in the meantime, Clifford's just going to hand off. And then Devin Ford walks into the end zone, touchdown Penn State for 14 yards. However, okay, I thought there was a whistle. Touchdown Penn State, so they extend the lead after 1 play. And he was going to stop right at the goal line, to make Indiana call their timeout and then take knees to win it. Because now you score, you kick the extra point, you go up 28-20. So they'd cover, and then the under would hit if this stays put as it is. But then you also give Indiana the ball back with 1 timeout. They score, go for 2, tie it up, we go to overtime. Extra point, up and good. So it is 28-20 now. Penn State on top of Indiana with now 21 points scored in the second half, as it was 17-7 at halftime. as we take a few looks back, Penn State, and I'll say this as a Penn State fan, lucky to be ahead right now by 8. Honestly, if they were playing anybody else, nothing against Indiana. I mean, hell, they capitalized off of all turnovers. And they were leading for how long before, Penn State made plays late and took the lead. They honestly, as Sean Clifford, for some reason, they're already going to announce the player of the game, has 226 passing yards, almost 100 rushing yards, with 3 total touchdowns. So kudos to him. And you want to bench Clifford and put Will Levis in? I don't think so. Give me a break. But as I was saying, as Purdue beats Iowa, Purdue, the Boilermakers, defeat the Iowa Hawkeyes 24-20. Oklahoma State, Iowa State down to the final minute. Iowa State's got to score and then score again. They're down 10. But Penn State, honestly, lucky to be in the situation that they're in, but they made more plays late compared to Indiana. And, we'll see how it shakes out here. Yeah, you're going to kick it deep. You're going to make them drive. They got 1 timeout. They got to score, go for 2 to tie it up to force overtime. But once again, this is going to come down to the, final play of the game, because the past 2 meetings have come down to an onside kick. Margin of victory, less than 7 points. Penn State victorious both times, only losing to the Hoosiers 1 time, all time, back in 2013. It's an 8-point lead right now for Penn State. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. We'll get on another game here on either Fox or ESPN or whatever the hell's on. As Michigan, Minnesota should be kicking off here shortly. Indiana 1st and 10 from the 25. Pass complete near side to Walt Fillier. First down, Hoosiers. Yeah, so we'll put on, in the meantime, on this. Clock about to expire on Iowa State. They got a 2nd down. But we'll turn on some of these night games, and see what's cooking there. But in the meantime, with 1:38, 1st and 10, Indiana down 8. And we got a flag. Adisa Isaac on the sack. Watt made the previous catch, gave Indiana the 1st down there. But this might be a face mask on Adisa Isaac on Michael Penix. Penix on 1st and 10 over the middle. It's incomplete. Sorry once again for any technical difficulties. That last comment just rolled on through about, you could think about it like that. Potentially, Indiana letting them score to get the ball back down 8 with 1 timeout, score, go for 2, tied up, force overtime. But I don't think they meant to let them score, because I don't think Penn State meant to score, if that makes sense, because they tried to not score, it seemed like, with Devin Ford, but then he walked in the end zone. Pass near side, incomplete. Joey Porter Jr. on the coverage. Another flag come flying in. The way both teams played today, I'd say so too. But that game's next week on Halloween. Hopefully we'll tune in for more live reactions. But I'll play live right here on YouTube. Yeah, they have to fix a lot of things from today. Not turn the ball over, no stupid penalties. Just quit, shoot yourselves in the foot, But that'll be this time next Saturday night on ABC, 7:30, right here in Happy Valley, Ohio State, Penn State on Halloween. Pass near side complete. 1st down, Indiana. Indiana still has their 1 timeout. There's 1:19 to play. 1st down, Hoosiers are down 8, 28-20. Well, Penn State doesn't play And Penn State gonna call timeout. All right. Indiana's got Penn State worried here. Hopefully they can hold off. Yeah, I respect whoever you root for. I'm a Penn State fan, of course. If you're an Ohio State fan, OHIO. If you're a Michigan fan, go blue. If you're a Wisconsin fan, hopefully you're jumping around a little bit last night. Minnesota hosting Michigan for the Little Brown Jug coming up shortly. We'll get that on coming up in about a half hour or so. But for the most part, like I was saying there, the only teams Penn State plays from the Big Ten West are Nebraska and Iowa. Those are their two crossover games this year. So it's easier to say who they're playing versus who they're not playing out of Big Ten West. So that comment, there's no way you beat a Minnesota or Ohio State with such performance against Indiana's not a horrible team. They just obviously didn't play as well as I think everybody expected them to play today. But they were able to capitalize off of Penn State turnovers, and credit where credit's due. That's why they were ahead before Penn State came back and made a few plays and took the lead. And then they scored again. When honestly this game should probably be over because they would have took a few knees and ran out the clock. But then Devin Ford walked into the end zone and they kicked the extra point. And now Indiana driving. They need a touchdown and two to tie it up. When they should have beat Tennessee last January. That was last season. This is this season. So we move on. Even though it is 2020. From the 20, over the middle, what a catch. Tariq Castro Fields on the coverage. First and goal now, Hoosiers at the 6-yard line. So this game, if they score, it's going to come down to a 2-point attempt. And then another onside kick for the third year in a row, it looks like maybe. Antoine Randall L., he was a receiver. But he was Indiana's quarterback, yes. But he played receiver at the next level. Those were the days. And now Joey Porter, his son Joey Porter Jr. plays for Penn State. He's had a good game today. Trips top of your screen from the 6, first and goal. Pump fake by Phoenix. And it's going to be caught. They're going to mark him just shy at the half-yard line. Indiana, second and goal from the half-yard line. Keep those chat questions and comments coming. I'll get to them in a second. 30 seconds and counting. They're going to sneak it. Penn State's going to call a timeout, though. So each team now with one timeout remaining. Good timeout by Franklin to stop the play because they snuck it and they looked like he got in. Try to catch him off guard. Franklin, very, very fast 40 from... Okay, they're going to review the previous play on the field, so we'll see if Penn State gets to keep that timeout or not. But Franklin running down from about midfield to the goal line, trying to call a timeout. And he got it, and they gave it to him, but they're going to review the previous play now. Penn State leading 28-20 for anyone just now tuning in. Be sure to subscribe. If you have not hit that red subscribe button yet, I don't know what the hell you're waiting for. And be sure to tune back in for more live. Previous plays under further review. We're in a review right now. And it was a catch over the middle of the goal line. It'll be second and goal, and then Penn State called a timeout. But then they stopped it to review it. So Penn State keeps their timeout. Stands is called. Second and goal, Indiana from the half-yard line. There's 27 seconds. So now 2nd and goal, Indiana. They're still going to sneak it or hand it off to a back, whether he's a fullback or a running back. So they sneak it, and Penix gets in, touchdown Indiana. So Penn State scored late, now coming back to bite them. We might be going to overtime if they get this 2-point. And then it's going to circle back around to those missed field goals and all those turnovers that Penn State had earlier. Where they ran it up the gut. Whether Indiana let them score or not, nobody's going to know. It didn't look like Penn State wanted to score. Go down to the goal line, pick up a first down. Penn State probably going to call timeout here. Indiana's going to go for 2. It's 28-26 with 22 seconds to play. Indiana's got trips near side. Watch for a pick. Now 4 receivers near side. Penn State timeout. If I haven't had a heart attack or a stroke in the past 3.5 hours, I tell you what. Not wishing I want one by any means, but, come on. They need to finish. Because Indiana, after they would have picked up Penn State, that first down, but then they scored to go up 28-20. Indiana can only stop it once. Penn State, a few kneels. This game's over 15 minutes ago. So it's 28-26, 22 seconds. Indiana about to go for 2 to tie it up. Like I said earlier with Penn State, after this game, they'll probably fall in the rankings, regardless if they win or lose here. And the way both teams with Penn State and Ohio State, how they played today, Ohio State is probably going to be at least a 10, 12-point favorite on the road, but that'll drop by the time kickoff comes around next week. Same formation, 4 in a diamond near side. Going for 2, Indiana. Quarterback keeper and Michael Penix gets in the end zone. The Hoosiers tie it up at 28. This is a crazy-ass game, let me tell you. We've seen literally, I believe, everything that has ever happened in a college football game before happen in this game today since kickoff a few hours ago at 3:30. A simple... We're tied up at 28. Penn State going to get the ball back. They have 1 timeout in 22 seconds, but we'll probably be going to overtime. And it's going to go back to those missed kicks, the turnovers, and then also Penn State scoring to go up 8 and then giving Indiana a minute and a half and then driving. They squib it. All right. Trying to draw Penn State off guard with another onside kick for the 3rd straight year between these two teams. Penn State with 1 timeout in 21 seconds. Tom Allen not happy with his kicker. They just gave Penn State half a field with 21 seconds of timeout. All Penn State needs now is to get into field goal range and bring Jake Pinniger on to relieve his stress and make up for the 2 missed kicks that he missed here earlier in today's game. And what a way that would be to close this sucker out if Penn State wins on a game-winning field goal. As it seems like they're going to try to move the ball now. 1st and 10 from the 49 rather than probably take a knee and head on into overtime if they would have had a touchback. But Clifford looking to throw, going to step up, tuck it, and run. Clifford going to get about 9 yards. Get up there and spike it, or call your timeout with 11 seconds. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. Live reactions, play, live right here on YouTube. College football, NFL, pro wrestling. Tune back in tomorrow as well. Thank you to everyone currently watching. Thank you to everyone who has been watching. Super chats, super stickers, along with chat questions and comments. Always greatly appreciated. I'll get to those when I can. I see them rolling on through. So we'll see what Penn State does here. 2nd and inches. Jake Pinniger, he's a good kicker, but he's missed 2 kicks today from 25 and 48 respectively. He's good from 4 extra points though. So where's the ball at? Where's the ball at? And then I'll tell you what they need to do. We have 11 seconds. We're tied up 28. Nobody scores here. We go to overtime. But you don't want to turn it over and then have a scoop and score or an interception return for a touchdown to close it out. Okay? It's 2nd and inches. We'll get to final stats shortly. Ball at the 40. I'd say you got to get to the 28-yard line to be safe. Clifford, a fade near side, out of bounds, incomplete. Clock stops with 8 seconds. So you got another play. Okay, I want to get to the 30, 32-yard line now. Out of bounds, of course, because you get tackled in bounds, you're not going to have enough. A very, very strong leg, a stronger leg than Jake Pinniger. And for the win with 8 seconds, this officially from 57 yards out on 3rd and inches. Indiana does have a timeout. They'll probably ice them. And we got a whistle. So timeout, Hoosiers. And it's going to come down. So they're not even going to run another play. They're going to kick it now. Okay? Penn State's going to kick it right now. Make Jordan Stout think about it. He's formerly kicked at Virginia Tech for any Hokie fans or anybody watching ACC football. For the win, Jordan Stout from 50. Jordan Stout's kick, it's up. You could have ran another play and picked up a few more yards, and he might have made it. Just short. Just short. Hook and ladder by the Indiana offense. He almost had it. It was on target, just about a few yards short. So I said, if you want to run another play, take the risk, of course. Indiana going to take a knee. We're going to overtime from Memorial Stadium in Bloomington. Tied at 28 with Penn State and Indiana. And overtime that, 1, shouldn't be happening, but 2 is happening, so here we are. Penn State had 2 missed kicks, 3 turnovers. They scored late. Indiana. Once again, sorry for any technical difficulties. Keep those chat questions and comments coming. I'll get to them eventually.
Equal possessions at the opponent's 25-yard line, unless someone were to get a turnover and take it for a score. There's 1 timeout per team per overtime period. For the toss, cannot defer. Choose offense, defense, or the end of the field.
You win the coin toss in overtime, you want to play defense. Penn State called. Clifford tucks it and runs. He's going to get out of bounds around the 12-yard line. It'll be first down, Penn State. So from the 25, 12-yard run, first down, any lines once again. A touchdown is what you need if you're playing on offense first, because then the defense that's currently on defense, it'll be on offense shortly, because each team's going to possess the ball once. Would need a touchdown and then an extra point to tie it. We get to the third overtime, you got to go for two. I think everybody knows that, but this is how college overtime is, and this is how the NFL overtime should be as well. Handoff, Devin Ford, no gain. They're going to settle for a fucking field goal. They're going to run the ball and settle for a field goal. Come on. Open it up, score a touchdown here. Pardon my French, and hopefully get out of Bloomington, Indiana with a win. Because like I said, this game honestly right now should not be even an overtime. Penn State needs the 2-yard line. Sorry once again for any technical difficulties. Hopefully you folks can hear me loud and clear. I get it is buffering and disconnecting and reconnecting. Trips top of your screen. Clifford looking to throw. He's going to pump fake. Roll out far side. And caught. Touchdown. Parker Washington. It pays off. Parker Washington touchdown. Penn State. Extra point. We need that. What a play by Clifford. He's wide open. He is wide open. And that is a nice catch by Parker Washington. True freshman wide receiver from Houston, Texas. I see all these chat questions and comments, and thank you. I'm trying to keep up with them. As mentioned, I'll get to them when I get to them. I'll get to them eventually here. Indiana needs a touchdown and an extra point to tie it to force double overtime. Once again, sorry for any technical difficulties, buffering, disconnect, reconnect. Doing it more so than not today than normal, than usual. It's a hit or miss sometimes. Sometimes, as mentioned earlier, it'll be a breeze from start to finish. Here we are. It's been doing it all game, and we're in overtime. 35-28. Penn State on top of Indiana. Indiana ball now from the 25. Screen near side complete to Stevie Scott. 9 yards for him, 2nd and 1. Now, if Indiana scores, they have the option to go for 2. And if they go for 2 and get it, they win. Now, if they don't get it, if in fact they would score and go for 2, Penn State's going to win. But I think if you score, you play for double overtime then. Because then Indiana's going to get the ball first. Penn State will be on defense. Penn State's going to know what they'll need to end up winning, because then they'll switch ends. They'll switch who has the ball first. 2nd and 1, handoff up the gut, tackled by Shelton and Brooks. First down, and should be goal for Indiana from the 10-yard line. Watch for a trick play. 1st and goal from the 10. Maybe a false start, but Michael Pennick's going to hand off again, 2 yards for Stevie Scott. It'll be not even 2 yards, a yard they say. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 9 now. All right, it seems like we're done with the buffering and disconnecting and reconnecting for now. But be sure to subscribe. 2nd and goal from the 9 for the Indiana Hoosiers. They trail by 7 against the 8th-ranked Penn State Lions in overtime. 3 wide out of the gun. Michael Penix complete on the screen near side. Nice tackle by Jaquan Brisker. It'll be 3rd and goal now. Field goal ain't gonna cut it. Indiana needs a touchdown. From the 9, 3rd and goal, trips in a bunch, top of your screen, right to left. for both these teams in the first overtime. We go to double overtime, they'll switch ends. It'll be left to right, respectively. Watch another quarterback draw. Penix looking to throw. Pressure, he pump fakes. Far corner. It's caught. Touchdown, Watt Fillier for Indiana. And now we'll see if they kick the extra point or go for 2 in the win. We'll see if it was, in fact, the catch first. Catches it. 1 foot in. That's a catch. That's a touchdown, Indiana. Nice catch. And we're either an extra point away from going to double overtime or 2-point conversion. That will be successful for Indiana. Hopefully not. From a Hoosier 1-point win at home against Penn State. We'll see what they do here for the point after attempt. We've seen Penn State in overtime before, and extra points to force another overtime have been no good. Penn State Boston College Pinstripe Bowl back in 2014. Indiana calls a timeout. They're 1 and only. We'll see if they kick it or go for 2. James Franklin talking it over with the officials. Yeah, Penn State, that late touchdown to go up 28-20, biting them, because then they could have ran up the clock with Indiana's 1 timeout and won at 21-20, but then they score to give Indiana time. Still have that 1 timeout. They drove, scored 1 for 2, got it, tied at 28. We're in overtime. Penn State scores. Indiana scores. That's where we're at. We've had everything in the book happen. Indiana's going to go for 2, and they'll win in overtime to defeat the 8th-ranked Penn State Nittany Lions. Here we go. 2-point attempt from the 3. Penn State's going to call timeout. We got a whistle. Timeout, Penn State. What a game. Just what a game. You know, we've had how many turnovers, how many penalties. Do enough to win. If this makes any sense, they didn't do enough to win, of course, if they do in fact lose, because they missed 2 field goals, that's 6 points, and they turned the ball over how many times? And it's going to come back to that. Whether, regardless or not, you know, scoring and then not meaning to, and then giving them a minute and a half and a timeout to score, go for 2, get it, force overtime, and here we are. So now, out of the gun, Michael Penix looking to throw. He's not going to be good. He doesn't get in. No. No. They say it's good. Touchdown. 2-point attempts, good. The pylon went down, but he didn't break the goal line. That's no good. Don't look at it. As of now, Indiana wins 36-35 in overtime. There's no way. He reaches. No. Short of the goal line. Right in the corner. Pylon goes down. It's going to be hard to overturn it. I get that, but no. No, there's no way. They say it's good. There's no way. Ball's out of bounds before the pylon goes down. The ball goes out of bounds right in the corner, near side, front pylon, before the pylon goes down and before the ball breaks the plane for a successful attempt. No. Yeah, it hits the white. It hits out of bounds before it hits the orange pylon. A replay right there. One of these teams is about to get screwed. They rolled on the field. It was good. So it's going to be hard to overturn. Goal line and in the end zone for a conversion. No. They say final overtime, but they're looking at the previous play on the field. If you're just
This is why it's so great to have Big Ten football back. I mean, what a great game, and it's all going to boil down to a couple of inches.
no, he did not get in.
It was just sounds before it hits the pylon.
No,
The ground before it hits the pylon out of bounds, but again, did the
that is as close as it's gonna get.
had it broken the plane when it touches.
The other looks better than this one. Yeah, see it. Well, actually, that one isn't bad.
Regardless of the outcome of this call, this is an incredible play by Michael Penix Jr.
Incredible play by both sides.
See, he's conversion. No, there's no way that's good.
Here's the verdict.
After review, stands. God damn it. Penn State in overtime, 36-35. And Indiana picks up their first top 10 win in quite a while. It goes back to the missed kicks. It goes back to all the turnovers. Yeah, the touchdown late played into it. They could have ran the clock out, and they didn't. They scored, and then Indiana drove and scored. Forced overtime with a 2-point attempt, and then they win it in overtime on a 2-point attempt because they won the coin toss. They played defense. Penn State scored, kicked the extra point. Indiana then scored, went for 2. Hoosiers beat the Nittany Lions 36-35 to kick off 2020. What a game. I mean, kudos to Indiana. That's so heartbreaking. There's no way he broke the line, the goal line, and converted. Even though they called it, good on the field, which I get. That's always hard to overturn.
Much better just as a team next week. Certainly hope none of it was that of looking ahead to that. And Indiana, let's celebrate that win. And just a big time play, big time last quarter by Michael Penix Jr.
An incredible game, 36-35 in overtime.
All came down once again to the final play of the game. And Indiana wins it with a 2-point attempt in overtime. Balls. Credit to Tom Allen and Indiana to win this game today.
So we welcome those who just watched Indiana up.
We'll get on
Penn State.
Michigan.
Physically imposing, Mahoney Ford, who's in only in knock-off duty. Yeah, over into the cup. They have over the years 6'5", 243, runs a 4'6", has a big arm. We cannot wait to see the development that he's made as far as his ability to process coverage.
But as I was saying, with Penn State, it seems to me when they open the season in a true road game, on the road to kick off the year, they lose. You go back to 2015, they did the same thing at Temple. Okay? 2014, the year before, was a neutral site game over in Ireland against Central Florida. But they simply just didn't do enough today to win because they turned the ball over how many times? They missed 2 kicks. And then when the defense needed to make a play, make a stop, they couldn't. Whether or not, Indiana let them score or Penn State didn't want to score, which seemed to me like they didn't, but they still did. And then the defense still didn't make a stop when it came down to it. And, Indiana, as mentioned, drove, scored, went for 2, tied it up, forced overtime. Indiana won the toss. You play defense, which is the right thing to do. Penn State scored. Indiana scored. And then Indiana went for 2 compared to Penn State's extra point. And the Hoosiers, it came down to the final play once again. Came down to an inch. And Indiana defeats Penn State in overtime 36-35. Penn State will host Ohio State now this time next week, right on ABC, as Michigan and Minnesota just kicked off from Minneapolis, Twin Cities, TCF Bank Stadium. Battle for the Little Brown Jug, a crossover Big Ten game, kick off the year. But now, like I said earlier, Penn State doesn't find a way to win this. And they didn't. They lost. they're going to be digging themselves out of a hole that's greater than 6 feet deep. And honestly, losing to Indiana, now the way both Penn State and Ohio State played today, the Buckeyes are going to roll. Next Saturday, I'll say that as a Penn State fan. I think all Penn State fans know that, regardless of how the teams play today by any means. But I'm not going to be shocked if Ohio State wins by 25 points next week. But that's why they still play the games. Okay? It's not side on paper, it's side on the field. And that game will kick off 7:30 next Saturday night on Halloween, so be sure to tune back in for more live reactions play-by-play. Penn State's then going to go to Maryland, or they get Maryland at home, before going to Nebraska, and then hosting Iowa and then at Michigan. They don't play Minnesota. They only play Nebraska and Iowa from Big Ten West. Everybody else they play in the Big Ten East. At Rutgers, Michigan State close out the year. It seems like it's going to be a long 2 months, a long 7 games from here on out, if they even play a full 8-game schedule, due to the fact if the game is canceled or postponed due to COVID, it's going to result in no contest, and it won't be a win or a loss for either team, depending on regardless, on whoever's playing. It went first half because they scored on their opening drive. We'll get final stats here shortly. They scored on their opening drive. Penn State did. And then Indiana capitalized off turnovers. Penn State turned the ball over too many times, had too many penalties. We got a blocked punt. Minnesota blocking a Michigan punt and then recovering inside the 10-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal Minnesota right off the bat. Credit to Indiana, like I said, they capitalized off of all the turnovers. And honestly, they deserved to win when it came down to it. They honestly did. Penn State did not deserve to win when it all came down to it. I'll add on to that. Just trying to recap all my thoughts. Because it went from being so ridiculous and pathetic to unacceptable to, okay, get back in it, taking a lead, and then, like I said, whether or not they meant to score or not, or Indiana allowed them to, they still gave up a touchdown and a 2-point attempt to force overtime. They still scored in overtime, and then they gave up a 2-point once again in overtime to give Indiana the win. Plus all the turnovers and penalties earlier on in the game and the missed kicks. And it all dials down and equals out to an Indiana win. A 36-35 win against Penn State, the 8th-ranked Nittany Lions, at home for Indiana in Bloomington Memorial Stadium in overtime. Like I said, just more heartbreaking than anything else. Both teams deserve to win, but really only one team, and that's Penn State, deserved to lose because they didn't do enough when it came down to it. And personally, that's coming from myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Gwen Luke, a diehard Penn State fan, bleeding blue and white since they've been born. So, like I said, just more heartbreaking, and then it's not going to get any easier. They go back home. They'll get Ohio State next Saturday night. You're probably 0-2 to close out October. And it's 2020 for you with everything going on. Minnesota scores, extra point up and good, so we'll go for 7-0 early on against the Michigan Wolverines. Top 25 showdown as well. We'll see where College Game Day goes. I would think they'll still come right here to Happy Valley, but with Penn State losing, they might go elsewhere. And as far as I know, we'll take a look actually at next week's schedule to see where College Game Day will in fact be going, because they probably got a decision right now because Penn State lost. But then we'll see how Maryland and Northwestern play. That game's actually on right now on the Big Ten Network. So we'll actually put that on, see what's cooking in Evanston at Ryan Field. As you know, like I said, most of these night games are now underway. But Maryland's probably a win. The way Nebraska and Penn State play today, who knows? And then Iowa lost to Purdue by 4. Who even knows with that? Penn State Iowa was always a close, tough game. And then they go to Michigan. We'll see how Michigan plays tonight. You know, but 3 games on the road in the first month, a little over a month, with Indiana, Nebraska, and Michigan, and you're already 0-1. You know, and then you get Ohio State, you know, coming in next week. Maryland, at Nebraska, Iowa, at Michigan, at Rutgers, and Michigan State. And then, honestly, right now, you look at it, Big Ten Champions Week. Yeah, there's no way in hell they're making a Big Ten title game unless Ohio State loses twice and they beat them next week with one of those losses to the Buckeyes. So they'll need help later on. That's how it always works out for anything. They'll probably be sitting you.
This is Mario and his wife Shayla. Mario grows coffee that helps make that coffee plant taste phenomenal. So we support his recycling of nutrient-rich water to help make his soil rich.
But as I was saying, they'll get matched up with, you know, God knows only who.
For a smoother tasting cup.
I honestly don't know what else to say, honestly, to be honest with you. Yeah, Ohio State's going to beat Ohio, or pardon me, excuse me. Yeah, Ohio State's more so than not going to be favored by a lot next weekend, and then Ohio State's going to beat Penn State next weekend as well, regardless of the final score, unless something dramatically happens during that game, like it did 4 years ago, just the other night. But honestly, too, of all the games so far this season, that might have been the best game of all of 2020 in college football. Indiana with a 36-35 win in overtime over the New Lions. Check in with some other games. West Virginia and Texas Tech are tied at 27. Midway through the third quarter, LSU leads South Carolina 10-7. Minnesota 7-0 over Michigan. Maryland leads Northwestern 3-0. And then Boise State leads Utah State 7-0. Nevada 7-3 over Wyoming. Some other final scores from the last time we checked in. Alabama 48-17 winners over Tennessee. Central Florida beat Tulane. Marshall beat Florida Atlantic. Oklahoma State beat Iowa State 24-21. Wake Forest, they beat Virginia Tech. Texas beat Baylor. Purdue over Iowa. Notre Dame beat Pitt. Boston College over Georgia Tech. And then Mizzou beat Kentucky by 10. Some games still to come. Virginia and Miami. La Tech and Texas San Antonio. Cincinnati SMU going to be a game at 9 o'clock. And then BYU in action a little bit later on too. Now next week, in regard to, as mentioned with College Game Day coming to Happy Valley, right now I don't know if that's going to happen. I'll get chat questions and comments in a second. I'll go through all these for the most part, hopefully. So we see any other top 25 matchups. They could go to Oklahoma State. Cowboys host Texas.
Mason who made the mental error, the aggressive play, the penalty that kind of stalled their first shot. Man, what a physical block in the hole right there. Yeah, they call it the bench, Mason, because he's just so gung-ho. His 40th game for the Wolverines. Kind of a throwback, right? That's why I got so excited. I know he set his team behind the sticks.
So now we got some, from what I see, people arguing back and forth in the comments. Hey, it was a good game. You know, like I said, it was a very, very good game. You know, credit to Indiana. You know, I've said that a few times now. Penn State didn't do enough. They had how many turnovers? A couple missed kicks. And yeah, it still comes down to, regardless if they have that or not, they're in the situation where, they could have ran the clock out and didn't. They scored and Indiana drove. And sorry for any technical difficulties. Once again, thank you once again, though, for tuning in and watching. Sean Clifford was 24-35 for 238, 3 touchdowns, and 2 picks. He also had 17 carries for $119 on the ground and a touchdown. Devin Ford had 20 carries for 69 yards and a score. Kevon Lee, 6 carries for 35 yards. Keziah Holmes, 5 carries for 16 yards. Noah Kane, 3 carries for 13 yards, and we didn't see him after the third play of the ballgame. They need to find a running game. Sean Clifford can't do it all. I don't care who it is. If it's going to be by committee, so be it. Plain and simple, though, they just still didn't do enough to win. I'll say it again. The turnovers and the missed kicks killed them. And all the penalties. And they couldn't stop Indiana while on defense late in the game when needed to. End of story. There's nothing else to it. Jahan Dotson had 4 catches for 94 yards and a touchdown. Pat Fryermuth had 7 catches for 60 yards and a touchdown. Parker Washington also had 2 catches for 12 yards and a touchdown in overtime. Daniel George, 3 of 29. Keandre Lambert-Smith, don't think he got targeted whatsoever in the second half. He had 2 catches for 25 yards. And then Ford had 3 catches for 11 yards as well in the backfield. Kevon Lee, 2 of 6. And then Indiana, Michael Penix Jr. was only 19 of 36 for 170 passing yards, a touchdown, and interception. He also had 4 carries for negative 18 yards. However, he had a touchdown. And then Stevie Scott III had 20 carries for 57 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then Indiana receiving Walt Fillier, 5 catches for 36 yards and a score. And then Miles Marshall, 4 for 46. And then it equals out, of course. After that, team stats. Third down, Penn State was 9 of 17. Indiana was only 4 of 12. Penn State almost had 500 total yards compared to Indiana's 211. And they still lost by 1 in overtime. Because, once again, for the third straight year, it came down to the final play between these two teams. Penn State had 238 through the air. Indiana 170. Penn State had 250 on the ground. Indiana only had 41. Penn State 10 penalties, though, for 100 yards. 1 minutes. 40-25 to 19-35. However, Penn State had 3 turnovers compared to Indiana's 2. Indiana capitalized off of those turnovers. Credit to the Indiana Hoosiers, as mentioned once again. They did more than Penn State did, of course. Penn State didn't do enough when needed, and because of the turnovers, the missed kicks, and then regardless if they meant to score or not, or Indiana allowed them to score, they still gave up a drive that resulted in a touchdown along with a 2-point attempt to force overtime, even though Penn State scored in overtime, and then Indiana did as well, and then converted the 2-point. That was reviewed, and it stood as called. So Indiana wins 36-35 in overtime this afternoon to kick off the 2020 Big Ten season in college football. Indiana 36, Penn State 35 in overtime. Once again, we'll see what we got cooking with Michigan and Minnesota, along with some of these chat questions and comments before I wrap up. But yeah, I said pathetic and unacceptable. I don't know how many times throughout the game. I said a few other words. I can't recall. Good not one-liners, but just one-word phrases that showed of course how I was feeling. But then in the end, when it's all said and done, after it all wraps up in the game's final, it's heartbreaking. But, like I said, they didn't do enough to win. They honestly didn't deserve to win, and I very rarely, as a Penn State fan, say that, but it is what it is. And, over time, just as in life, you figure out that this, is good versus what a couple years prior or whatever the situation is, isn't the right choice or whatever it is, So, like I said, they just didn't do enough to win. And turnovers and missed kicks killed them, because even if they have those 2 field goals, we don't go to overtime. And they win, 34-20, if my math is correct, with those 2 missed kicks. And then, of course, they missed the one from 57 yards out with Jordan Stout, that I might add in too, that if they would have ran another play before then, no timeouts, get out of bounds, give them a few more yards, they potentially could have kicked the game-winning field goal on the road to win it. And that would have been 31-20. But then we go to overtime, and then everything that unfolded. What a game, though, like I said. All just back and forth. I mean, it was slow for a little bit, at a point or two. But back and forth has to be the best game of the year so far in college football. Credit to Indiana once more. They did more than Penn State, and they honestly did deserve to win. That's coming from a Penn State fan. So, well, I could understand, calling for whether it be James Franklin or Kirk Shiraka's head. Yeah, there's a few plays. Like, they ran it on 4th and 1 again, up the gut, with, I believe it's a quick ran out. And that was mid-4th quarter, if I'm not mistaken. They had a few bad play calls. Like, why the hell are you running this? But then Clifford didn't look as good in the first half as he did in the second half with those interceptions. And like I said, he can't do it all. They got to find a run game. They can block, but they couldn't run the damn ball today. Normally, it's the other way around. They can run the ball, but they can't block. So, somebody's saying nothing to do with the refs. So I assume somebody said something prior to that. The calls today, I thought were decent. They're pretty much down the middle. Talking about the zebras with dirty laundry. There's that targeting where, with Jesse Lukata, maybe. And then, yeah, it was. But then, they called it with the conversion for the win, good on the field. So they have to find undisputable video evidence to overturn it. They couldn't. Stowe is called. Game over. Indiana wins. End of story. Yeah, but not Indiana. I hear you. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's going to be a long season after, a few miscues. They're going to be lucky to get to 4-4 because they got a tough 3-game stretch in about a month, mid to late November. On the road in Nebraska before hosting Iowa, and then on the road in Michigan. So, yeah. Thank you. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. Hit that red subscribe button. College football, NFL, pro wrestling live reaction streams, live right here on YouTube. I'll be on tomorrow. Steelers, Titans, WWE Hell in a Cell with Sunday Night Football next week, and all season long for Penn State football. Of course, we had to wait a little extra while, but here we are, and the season starts off with a loss. Penn State 0-1 to begin 2020. So I guess I'll go get some of the toilet paper that everybody stocked up on back in March and cry my eyes out for the rest of the night. No, tough loss, heartbreaking, more than anything, like I said. Hopefully everyone's been wherever you are currently at. I know 2020 has been one whirlwind of a year for everyone. Who knows what's going to happen there. But Penn State going to host Ohio State next weekend. That'll do it for myself. I'm going to end this live stream, get off of YouTube for the evening. It feels like we just hit the 5-hour mark once again for the second time this week. After the doubleheader on Monday Night Football this past week with WWE Monday Night Raw. Where we'll also have live reactions play this upcoming Monday with Bears, Rams, and WWE Monday Night Raw. So thank you for tuning in and watching my Penn State, Indiana live reactions play today. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow for Steelers, Titans, and WWE Hell in a Cell. And then on Monday with Bears and Rams along with WWE Monday Night Raw. Next week, Havoc on Wednesday. Lions will host the Ohio State Buckeyes from right here in Happy Valley over at Beaver Stadium for this year's whiteout that will have cardboard cutouts in the stands due to obviously no one. But yeah, long story short, Penn State didn't do enough to win today. They turned the ball over too many times, had too many penalties, had a few missed kicks, and Indiana, the Hoosiers, defeat the Penn State Nittany Lions 36-35 in overtime. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. For the glory, we still are Penn State. Hopefully we'll tune in for more live reactions play live right here on YouTube.